Chapter 1002. A small spaceship with high warp speed was rapidly moving through the universe like a ray of white light cutting through the darkness. The spaceship was on autopilot, and there were only two people in the cabin, Ames and Hella. Hella was sitting upright with her eyes closed, her fingers spread out on her knees, and her fingers moved continuously, controlling strands of death energy to move between her fingers, training her control over her Esper ability. Opposite her, Ames was lying on the sofa with one hand supporting her head and the other on her waist. Her sleeves had slipped down, revealing her snow-white wrists. Two beautiful long legs stretched out from the slit of her black dress, crossing each other in a lazy posture. Ames's gaze followed the movement of the death energy between Hella's fingers, and she could not help but sigh. "You're really hardworking. Even after reaching the beyond grade A realm, you're still training all the time." Hella opened her eyes and said calmly, "Beyond grade A is not the end. The road ahead is endless. I can't be satisfied with a momentary achievement. I think you should take a proper rest. Strike a balance between work and rest, you know?" Ames shook her head helplessly. She was very satisfied with this beloved disciple of hers in all aspects, but she was too headstrong. Compared to her, she, as her teacher, was simply a salted fish. "There will be plenty of time to rest in the future." Hella shook her head. "When we go back, I'll definitely spar with Han Xiao to test my current strength. So, I can't slack off. Every bit counts. Don't worry. With my understanding of Blackstar, he won't let you lose too badly and hurt your confidence." Ames smiled lightly, then swiped with her finger, opening the virtual star map, looking at the route, and said, "We'll reach the ancient star desert's interstellar field stargate in 2 days. We can go straight to the constellation corridor, then borrow Blackstar's identity to take the dynasty's military express route. This will save a lot of time, and we'll be able to return to Shattered Star very quickly." Before she could finish her sentence, the communicator beside her suddenly beeped, and the caller's message popped up. "It's Black again. Oh, it's old Aesop." Ames turned her head and glanced at it. She thought it was Han Xiao again, but it turned out to be Aesop. Sitting up, Ames grabbed the communicator and answered the call. Aesop's figure appeared on the screen. "Why are you looking for me? Where are you now? When are you returning to Floating Dragon?" Aesop asked. "We're still in the ancient star desert, but we're almost at the Stargate. There's still time. Hurry up." Aesop had a calm expression. "I foresee that a new Beyond Grade A from the Arcane Church will come to Floating Dragon Island to issue a challenge, and I need you to appear." Before Talaran could take action, Aesop sensed the change in the world line, and the old man's rogue ability took effect again. Ames's eyes flashed, and she smiled faintly. "A new Beyond Grade A is looking for me. I get it, he wants to make a name for himself again. He, there are 5 Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star ring, but he chose me. Does he think I'm the easiest to bully?" Floating Dragon was currently stationed near Blue Star, helping the Black Star Corps. However, this was a challenge between Beyond Grade As. The other party had specifically challenged Floating Dragon. Although the Black Star Corps was an ally, they could not interfere without Ames' permission. Furthermore, she could handle such a small matter herself, and she did not intend to ask Blackstar for help. After hanging up, Ames realized that Hella was staring at her. "Why, are you interested?" Ames looked at her and immediately understood what Hella meant. "You're my teacher. Let me help you this time." Hella nodded, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She had originally planned to go to the army to report the good news to Han Xiao after returning to the Shattered Star ring, but after encountering such a storm, she changed her mind and decided to go to Floating Dragon first. The other party was also a new Beyond Grade A, and such an opponent was rare. It was a good opportunity for her to test her current combat strength. On one of the sub-islands of Floating Dragon Island, a group of newly recruited crew members was training in the square. The current commander of Floating Dragon Field Team, Vilna, was supervising them. It had been more than 20 years since Floating Dragon had taken root in Blue Star. It had developed rapidly over the years, and the size of the floating island had been expanding. The number of troops and manpower had also increased greatly. Although it was far from being comparable to the Black Star Corps and Bloodshed Land in terms of business, It was now a qualified beyond grade A organization. Correspondingly, the scale of Floating Dragon's officers had also expanded, and everyone's work had become heavier. Vilna had taken over Han Xiao's position and served Floating Dragon until now. Although she had a gentle personality, she was also quite serious when she was serious. This made these new crew members not dare slack off and train hard. Beep beep. At this time, the mini communicator on her wrist rang. It was a call from Aesop. As soon as the call connected, Aesop did not beat around the bush and directly gave his orders. Gather the fleet and set up the defense formation. So sudden. Vilna mumbled and did not hesitate. She shouted for her subordinates to board the ship, gather the fleet, and take off. Ames had specially instructed that when she was not around, Jenny and Aesop would be the boss, and the troops would listen to their commands. Under Vilna's command, Floating Dragon's armed forces quickly gathered and surrounded Floating Dragon, setting up a tight defense formation. Originally, the crew members thought that something was going to happen, but after a while, everything was calm, and there were no new orders from above. Why is there no movement? What are they going to do now? Is this a drill? Just when everyone was confused, a sudden change occurred. Hum hum hum. The artificial intelligence of all the spaceships sounded the alarm at the same time, and a huge fleet appeared on the radar, rapidly approaching. The next moment, streams of light shot over from afar and hovered outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, showing the original appearance of an armed fleet. Every spaceship had the logo of the Arcane Church. Arcane Church. Vilna's expression changed, and she was shocked. If she was already like this, the other Floating Dragon members were even more shocked. Everyone immediately became nervous, and their nerves were stretched taut, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, Floating Dragon was different from the Black Star Corps, which often interacted with universal civilizations. They did not have many opportunities to come into contact with universal civilizations, so it was inevitable that their imagination would run wild. Not only Floating Dragon, but even the observation station of Blue Star was also alarmed. The observation personnel hurriedly sent the news back to the headquarters, and the intelligence was quickly uploaded, skipping many levels and directly sent to the decision-making level where Bennett was. The people of the Arcane Church suddenly came. In the Blue Star government building, Bennett was also shocked. As the leader of a civilization that was protected by the peace treaty, the Black Star Corps, the Red Empire, and Floating Dragon Island, he was not afraid of the Arcane Church's evil intentions. However, such an uninvited and arrogant attitude was not in line with diplomatic etiquette, and it clearly showed that the other party did not come with good intentions. This made him feel worried. With that in mind, Bennett gave the order without hesitation. Quickly go and invite Black Star's doppelganger. As soon as he said that, he saw two figures quickly rising into the sky outside the window. Turning around, Nero and MIA had already disappeared into the sky, rushing to check the situation. At the same time, in the main ship of the Arcane Church, Talaran looked at the fleet outside Floating Dragon and curled his lips in disappointment. TSK, I thought I could scare them a little, but seeing how panicked they are. They seem to have known that we were coming. Did their stealth fail? Or is it the prophecy ability of that legendary Aesop? Shaking his head, Talaran decided not to think about it anymore. His sudden appearance this time was just his bad taste, and he did not really want to do a sneak attack. In the end, he still wanted to openly challenge them. He turned to look at the commander of the fleet and said, "Make a broadcast and announce my intentions." The fleet commander nodded and ordered his subordinates to do so. The ethereal fleet came with great momentum, and Floating Dragon and Blue Star were on high alert. After some negotiation, the two sides came to an agreement, and the Floating Dragon fleet opened a path for Talaran to land on Floating Dragon Island. Who? The spaceship landed on the dock of Floating Dragon Island, and the hatch opened. Talaran walked down the gangway and stepped onto Floating Dragon's land. A group of Floating Dragon warriors surrounded him with weapons raised, and everyone looked nervous. They had no choice. The broadcast just now had already announced the other party's identity and intentions. Now that Floating Dragon did not have aims, facing a beyond grade A with ill intentions, most people were afraid. Talaran glanced around and coldly said, "Those who are in charge, come out and speak." A commotion broke out in the crowd, and Aesop and Jenny walked out with their subordinates. Jenny was expressionless. "I'm the general manager of Floating Dragon Island. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is not home. You came at the wrong time. I don't care if she's here or not. You just have to give me an answer. Does she dare to accept my challenge?" Talarin stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a proud expert. "I can't make the decision." Jenny shook her head. "Then you can stop talking nonsense. Contact Ames for me and get her to answer me." Talarin was not polite at all. His temperament was different from most beyond grade as. Although he had washed his name clean, he still had the aura of a wanted criminal, arrogant and direct. Bald. Bald. Jenny was stunned for a moment before she flew into a rage. "My hairline is just a little high, but I'm not King bald. I have hair." "This time," Aesop coldly said, "I've already informed Ames, and she has accepted your challenge." "Oh, you're Aesop?" Talarin turned to look at him with an interested expression. "I've heard of your name. Everyone says that you're an old, long-lived species with decent abilities. What do you think? Do you want to work for me? You're not qualified." Aesop had a smile on his face. Although he was not a Beyond Grade A, his aura was much more stable than Talarin, a new Beyond Grade A super. Talarin coldly snorted and ignored him. He raised his voice and said, "Since Ames has agreed, I'll wait here until she comes back. What are you staring at? Hurry up and arrange a room for me." Right at this moment, a group of figures flew over from planet Aquamarine and landed at the dock. Two of them were Nero and MIA, and the rest were the mechanical troops that Han Xiao had left in Blue Star. There was even a Lord's avatar among them. Seeing that Black Star's people had arrived, the surrounding floating dragon warriors heaved a sigh of relief. The prestige that Han Xiao had left behind on Floating Dragon Island had continued to this day. In the eyes of many Floating Dragon Island members, Black Star was more reliable than their boss, the Dragon Emperor. Han Xiao's consciousness had already descended on this avatar. He pushed through the crowd and sized Talarin up. "What's wrong? Are you tired of living?" He knew that a new Beyond Grade A super might cause trouble, but he did not expect him to be so daring as to come to his mother planet. Was he looking for death? His identity was no longer the same as before. If someone dared to provoke him, he would not mind killing an ethereal Beyond Grade A super. Coincidentally, the dynasty had asked him to maintain law and order. "It's you." Talarin glanced at him and coldly said, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm not here to target you. This has nothing to do with you." "Whoa, this B******'*'***'****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************"Who are?" Han Xiao thought to himself. He had seen the information of all the new Beyond Grade as that the dynasty had shared with him. He recognized this guy as Red Devil Talarin, who had joined Ethereal. In his previous life, Talarin was also considered a top character. He was neither strong nor weak among the Beyond Grade as, but he always had a mysterious self-confidence. His style was extremely flamboyant, and he was very good at causing trouble. It was already very lucky that he had not been beaten to death. The Beyond Grade as all had different personalities. There were big shots like the Mecha Empire and the Dark Emperor, old foxes like Sorokin, salted fish like Ames, and people like Heba who cared about face. There were also people like Han Xiao who could not even hide his handsomeness while keeping a low profile like Talarin. "The Dragon Emperor is my ally. Since she's not here, why don't I play with you?" Han Xiao tilted his head. "Forget it." Talarin raised his hand with a proud expression. "I can't beat you." Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. "With that expression of yours, I thought you were going to say something fierce. Is this what it means to say the most cowardly words in the most ruthless tone? You decisively admitted defeat and directly blocked my way. You're really smart." Han Xiao originally planned to teach Talarin a lesson, but he did not expect the latter to be so arrogant and admit defeat. Although Talarin was very arrogant, he knew that Blue Star was Black Star's home planet. He did not dare provoke the peak Beyond Grade A Han Xiao, so he insisted on only challenging Floating Dragon and refused to fight Han Xiao. With such a troublesome behavior, Han Xiao could not directly deal with him. There were still rules in the challenge between Beyond Grade as. Although they were allies, he could not rashly overstep his boundaries. At this time, the space not far away suddenly rippled, and the Palace of Hidden Spells jumped out of the void. Seeing this, Han Xiao was shocked. Austin, it's you again. Why are you everywhere? You really know how to join in the fun. However, this time, Austin was not here to be a bystander. After the Palace of Hidden Spells teleported over, a small teleportation gate appeared, and a small spaceship flew out and landed on Floating Dragon's dock. The hatch opened, and long white legs stepped out. Ames and Hella walked out of the spaceship one after another. It's a little too late to travel, so I called Austin to help me teleport. Ames smiled at everyone. Han Xiao could not help but look up. At the top of the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin was sitting cross-legged in the air in the form of a child. He raised 2 fingers and casually waved them in front of his forehead, making a mocking salute to Han Xiao. Show off, Han Xiao thought to himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ames looked at Talaran and stopped smiling. You're the one who wants to challenge Floating Dragon? Why are you still asking if you know? Talaran snorted. Ames nodded and suddenly took a step back, revealing Hella beside her. She chuckled and said, if you want to fight with me, sure, beat my student first. She's also a member of Floating Dragon. Hella directly stepped forward and placed her in front of Ames. Although Han Xiao's doppelganger was also present, she did not even look at it after landing. Her eyes were locked on Talaran, and her expression was indifferent and extremely focused. Ha! Talaran was a little surprised. He sized her up and remembered the information about the Black Star Corps that he had seen not long ago. He was a little dissatisfied. I recognize her. She seems to be an officer of the Black Star Corps. She's just a calamity grade. Do you want her to die, or are you trying to humiliate me? However, just as he said that, a surge of death energy exploded from Hella's body, accompanied by a strong energy fluctuation that soared into the sky. Rumble, the shockwave spread out like thunder. The ground of the Floating Dragon dock cracked, and the surrounding people were blown away. Everyone hurriedly stabilized themselves and looked at the battlefield again. Their eyes were focused on Hella, who was brimming with red energy. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. This level of energy fluctuation, a new Beyond Grade A. Chapter 1003. A Beyond Grade A? Talaran's expression changed. All the new Beyond Grade as in the past few years had been recorded by the advanced civilizations, and he knew all of them. However, Hella's name was not in this information, which immediately messed up his plans. Hella had just entered the Beyond Grade A realm, and this was the first time she had appeared in front of others. Naturally, the advanced civilizations did not have any information on her. Only today did the goddess of death truly appear. Nero's body trembled, and he was overjoyed. Sister Hella has actually reached the Beyond Grade A realm. Although they had not seen each other for many years, Nero had always remembered the favor of Hella giving him the mark of death. Now that Hella had finally taken that step, he was truly excited and could not help but share this news with the officers of the army. Is she the Hyla you guys always talk about? MIA had a shocked expression as she pulled Nero aside and quietly asked. MIA had joined the army after Hella had left, and she often heard Hella's name from Nero and the other important officers of the army. In her heart, this mysterious captain of the Black Star Guards was extremely mysterious. As the saying went, sister is not in the world, but there are legends of her. Today, MIA finally got what she wanted and saw Hella in person. She felt that it was indeed true that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. Looking at the strong aura emanating from Hella's body, MIA was instantly subdued. Hella was in line with all the images she had of a strong female. In her previous life, she was Hella's follower. Now that they were meeting for the first time, it was also like comparing a turtle to a mung bean. Han Xiao felt Hella's aura and was sincerely gratified. The goddess of death I'm familiar with is finally back. She didn't disappoint me. Austin was also stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. This was the smile of a bystander waiting to watch a good show. The 6th Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring? Heh, this is going to be interesting. Just as everyone was shocked, Talarin's face fell, and his expression became slightly ugly. The situation was somewhat out of his expectations. He had originally thought that his opponent would be Ames, but a new Beyond Grade A had suddenly popped out. Although Ames was a veteran Beyond Grade A and might be stronger, her abilities were recorded in detail in the data, which was very important. Now that his opponent had changed to a new Beyond Grade A with unknown abilities, he felt that it would be even more difficult to deal with. He had seen Hellas information before, but that was more than 20 years ago. Now that she had become a Beyond Grade A, who knew what new abilities she might have? Without any new information, Talarin was not confident of winning, so he was a little hesitant. "You, don't waste my time. Do you dare to fight or not?" Hellas' eyes flashed with a cold red light. Her body was surrounded by energy, and her aura was oppressive. She turned a blind eye to the surprise of the people around her and only focused on her target. She had always been decisive and did not like to talk nonsense. If she could fight, she would fight. Okay. Talarin didn't think too much about it and agreed. Since they were both Beyond Grade As, it did not matter who he won. It seemed that he could only fight with Hela, so he did not choose. At this time, Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed and said calmly, "If you want to fight, stay away from Blue Star. If you want to fight, stay away from Planet Aquamarine. If you hurt any of the plants on Planet Aquamarine, Talarin, you won't be leaving today." "Humph, I don't dare." Talarin snorted coldly. He knew that he did not dare to attack Han Xiao's mother planet. Otherwise, even if the other party chopped him up on the spot, the Arcane Church would not have a reason to make things difficult for him. Both sides reached a consensus, and everyone quickly pulled away, choosing a space slightly further away from Blue Star as the battlefield. Only Hela and Talarin were present. The two faced each other from afar, and their auras continued to rise. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them, holding their breaths as they watched the battle. The next moment, the two of them moved. Talarin's body suddenly swelled, his muscles bulging, his bone spurs protruding and breaking through his skin. A pair of curled demon horns grew on his head, and two pairs of bat-like wings unfolded on his back. His tailbone continued to elongate, branching into three bony tails. His entire appearance turned into a red creature that looked like a demon. His muscles were bulging, and his skin was covered with mysterious patterns. He looked extremely ferocious. "He's a pugilist." Seeing this, Ames raised her brows. "No, he's a mage." At this time, a voice sounded from the side. Han Xiao's avatar came over and slowly read out Talarin's information. He has the demon bloodline, which was sublimated in the process of becoming a Beyond Grade A. He just used the true name Liberation, which is unique to the demon race. This red appearance is his true form, which is also the origin of the nickname Red Devil. He's a close combat mage who leans towards transformation and enhancement. His species talent gives him extraordinary resistance and powerful recovery ability. He's a relatively rare Fathom tank. If you compare him, his combat style is somewhat similar to the Empire's Milizor's. So that's how it is. Ames nodded, turned around, and said with a playful tone, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "I've been great." Han Xiao nodded and joked, "Did you miss me?" "Why would I miss you?" Ames smiled, turned her head, and continued to look at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Talarin completed his transformation and charged straight at Hela. At the same time, dense dark blue mana gushed out from his body, turning into buff spells one after another. His body continued to grow, and at the same time, colorful magic circuits appeared on the surface of his body, continuously increasing his attributes. He did not know what new abilities Hela had, but the Esper ability itself would not change. According to the information from 20 years ago, Hela was a mid-range combat Esper who controlled some kind of energy, so he chose to use the close-range combat tactic that he was best at. The true name Liberation of the demon race gave him powerful resistance and recovery, and the various magic shields as a mage tank supported his body. When necessary, he could even act as a long-range spell cannon. Ames' force field Esper ability was mainly control, and its lethality was not outstanding. The way he saw it, his combat style restrained Ames, so his chances of winning were not low. That was why Talarin had the confidence to challenge Ames. The opponent was coming menacingly, but Hela did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. Dark red death energy protected her body, and she charged forward with a long flame tail. Bang! The sound of the collision seemed to ring in everyone's hearts. The two figures collided fiercely, and a dark red energy shockwave exploded at the center. In terms of strength, Talarin, who had the buff spell, had the absolute advantage. Hela was directly sent flying. However, when an opportunity had appeared, Talarin did not take advantage of it. Instead, he suddenly froze in place, as if he had discovered something strange. However, Hyla did not stop. She instantly stabilized herself and pointed forward. The death energy suddenly spread out, turning into a sea of red light. Countless death energy beams shot out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they shot toward Talarin. Shield. Talarin woke up from a dream. His hand gestures quickly changed, and he covered himself with layers of magic shields like a tortoise shell. Countless death energy arrows bombarded the shield, and the layers of the shield instantly collapsed and shattered. Bang 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 bang. Every time an arrow hit the shield, there would be a burst of spiritual fluctuations. Every spectator was shaken, and the sound of the explosion did not need a medium. It sounded directly in their minds, and their brains were trembling. Hela's death energy had multiple damage, and it contained both physical and spiritual attributes. Now, there was also a portion of true damage, which was very difficult to defend against. Talarin did not passively take the beating, and he continued to rush at Hela. Although Hela was good at mid-range attacks, she did not use a wretched method of fighting. Instead, she attacked head-on with extremely tough methods. The two figures constantly flashed past each other, and they were sent flying again and again. They quickly exchanged hundreds of blows, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Hela had always gone all out and did not hold back. The intensity of the battle gradually exceeded the scope of a spar. Godfather, Sister Hela doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Han Xiao was focused on watching the battle when Nero suddenly brought MIA over, his tone somewhat worried. You're thinking too much. Han Xiao could not help but laugh. Isn't that so? Sister Hela is being sent flying time and time again. Her close combat ability is clearly not as good as the opponent's, but she doesn't use a guerrilla method. Isn't this a little? Nero carefully asked. Han Xiao shook his head with a smile. Look at Talarin's body carefully. His condition is not as good as you think. Hearing this, Nero hurriedly observed carefully. The speed of a Beyond Grade A was too fast, and it was difficult for him to see clearly. After a while, he barely managed to see the abnormality on Talarin's body, and his spirits were immediately lifted. He saw that Talarin's body was unknowingly covered in dark red death energy. It was filled with corrosive properties, and it was constantly corroding his magic and body, unable to be removed. Although they entered the Beyond Grade A realm a few years apart, it's difficult for a Beyond Grade A to make much progress in a few years. Therefore, their strength is actually at the same level. Don't look at me, I'm an exception. Han Xiao patted Nero's shoulder and explained, at this level, Hela's Esper ability has the absolute advantage. He had been calm the entire time and was not worried about Hela at all. This was because only he knew how strong a Beyond Grade A Hela was. Control of Death, this was an ability that was ranked in the list of super high-risk Esper abilities. He was very clear that after reaching the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela's Esper ability would undergo a qualitative chain. In his previous life, there was far too much information regarding Hela's ability, and it was all obtained through the testing of the players' lives. Han Xiao was very familiar with it. Firstly, after reaching the Beyond Grade A realm, Hela had an exclusive passive ability. Every time the death energy hit the target, a layer of special status, Death's Erosion, would be stacked. Death's Erosion had a total of 15 layers. The first layer's effect was to reduce the enemy's recovery by 20% and their defense by 15%. Upon reaching the fifth layer, the enemy's recovery would be reduced by 40% and their defense would be reduced by 25%. Every 10 seconds, a buff would be removed. Upon reaching the 10th layer, the enemy's recovery would be reduced by 60%, their defense would be reduced by 35%, all attributes would be reduced by 10%, and their cells would begin to collapse. Every 20 seconds, they would lose 0.8% of their health. Upon reaching the 15th layer, the enemy's recovery would be reduced by 80%, their defense would be reduced by 45%, all attributes would be reduced by 20%, and all buffs would be removed. Upon reaching the 15th layer, Hela would be able to release a special ability with no cooldown, exploding all of the Death's Erosion, immediately initiating an instant death test. The conditions for the test were very harsh. Normally, it would not take effect on a target whose level was higher than the user's. However, even if the test failed, there would still be a special effect. It could directly evaporate 20% to 30% of the enemy's health, and at the same time, reduce the target's maximum health by 8% to 12%. After the explosion, as long as there was a short cooldown, a new round of Death's Erosion would be stacked on the same target. In order to interrupt the stacking of Death's Erosion, the death energy within the target's body would have to be dispersed. If one did not have a similar ability, they would have to rely on their own resistance to endure it. The duration of Death's Erosion depended on the target's resistance. The higher the layer, the longer the duration. For example, the first layer would only last for 3 seconds, the second layer would last for 5 seconds, and the third layer would last for 8 seconds. If the target were to endure it, it would only cause the layer to gradually decrease. For example, after 8 seconds of the third layer, the effect would not completely disappear. Instead, it would fall back to the second layer and recalculate the duration of that layer. It would decrease with each layer, and it would be extremely difficult to completely dispel it. In addition to this core ability, Hela's Death Arcana also had the passive attribute of lifesteal. Every time she hit a target with vitality, 10% to 20% of the damage would be converted into her own health. It was equivalent to stealing the life energy of a living being. She was strong in group battles, and the more enemies there were, the faster she would recover her health. Also, every time the death energy hit the target, there would be a follow-up damage lasting for 3 seconds, and the value was equivalent to 50% to 70% of the original damage. Moreover, after Hela's transformation, she had a special ability. It was useless to players, but it was a threat to others. That was, she could use her Death Arcana to deprive the cells of vitality of the living, reducing the upper limit of the number of cell divisions and reducing the lifespan of other. It was because of this ability that the vast majority of the Beyond grade as in the universe avoided her like the plague, and not many were willing to fight with her. If you could reduce my lifespan by 1 second every time you hit me, who would dare to play with you? However, other than Han Xiao, no one in the universe knew about this yet. Talaren, who was currently fighting with Hela, also knew nothing about this. Bang bang bang. The battle between the two on the battlefield became more and more intense. The surging magic and the biting cold death energy collided again and again, causing energy shockwaves to explode. Talaren might have originally only intended to spar, but under Hela's powerful offensive, he could not hold back at all. He could only increase his strength. The situation was now out of his control, and it had almost turned from a spar into a duel of life and death. If they did not know that this was the first time the two had met, the onlookers would have thought that there was some deep hatred between the two, and it was either you die or I live. What a crazy woman! Talaren was furious, and his attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Even though his magic shield could block most of the attacks, his body would occasionally be hit. As Death's Erosion continued to stack, he felt that something was wrong the more he fought. Not only was his recovery ability suppressed, but the effect of the buff spells on his body also seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. It was becoming more and more difficult for his body to accept the transformation of the magic energy. Furthermore, after stacking more than 10 layers, he found that his cells were constantly being destroyed, and his injuries rapidly worsened. He could only barely maintain his current state with his suppressed recovery ability. Her Esper ability is too strong. Talaren's mood became heavier and heavier. Although he had also caused some damage to Hela, these injuries were almost instantly healed. On the other hand, because of the raging death energy in his body, his condition was getting worse and worse. Comparing the two, It was obvious who had the upper hand. He had actually fallen into a passive state. This new beyond grade A super is actually so powerful. If that's the case, Talaran's eyes turned cold. Magic energy gathered in his hands, followed by blood gushing out from his fingertips. The two mixed and turned into a strange purple blood flame. Austin, who was watching the battle, suddenly narrowed his eyes. As a master mage, he recognized what spell this was. It was a high-level forbidden spell unique to the demon race, corrupted blood. Not good. Austin's heart skipped a beat. This spell was a forbidden spell. It used a special method to transform the blood of the demon race into dirty and invasive genes, thereby contaminating the bloodline of others and causing irreversible damage to the genes. It was not very powerful, but it was very insidious. It was a method unique to the demon race. He knew very well that Talaran's use of this forbidden spell would not help the battle at all, but it could contaminate Hellas' genes. His intention was very insidious. It was a sneak attack. Hellas' intuition also sensed danger. She hurriedly retreated, but Talaran chased after her with the purple flame. His speed was faster, and the distance between the two of them was constantly shrinking. Don't blame me, Talaran's expression was fierce. Because Hela was a cadre of the Black Star Corps, he was worried that he would provoke Han Xiao. Originally, he did not intend to do this, but now that he was really angry, he could not be lenient and was determined to use this move. As a former wanted criminal who had slaughtered many surface civilizations for fun, he did not have any moral standards. Seeing that she could not get rid of Talaran, Hela narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A highly concentrated beam of death energy pierced through the magic shield and blasted into his chest. At this moment, Talaran's body suddenly discharged a large amount of magic energy. His cells, which had been severely corroded by death energy, could not bear any enhancement effect, and all the buffs were shattered and disappear. What? Talaran's expression changed drastically. However, before he could react, Hela suddenly stretched out her hand, aimed at him from afar, and clenched her 5 fingers. Reaper's Harvest. A full 15 layers of death corrosion directly detonated. Talaran's heart suddenly tightened, and a life-threatening intuition frantically warned him in his mind. He felt all the death energy in his body become restless, like a bomb that had its fuse ignited, quickly exploding in his body. The next moment, intense pain penetrated his body and soul in an instant. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before his attack could even land on Hyla, his body exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. Chapter 1004. Black and purple blood mist spurted out from every pore of his body. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air. The forbidden technique was directly interrupted. The next moment, Talaran flew out of the blood mist and quickly retreated. His face was filled with horror, and his body was covered in blood. In that instant, he felt the shadow of death. Ever since he entered the beyond grade A realm, Talaran had never experienced the feeling of his life being threatened again. This blow instantly awakened his memories, and he once again felt this feeling. This blow vaporized more than 20% of his health. A beyond grade A had at least 2 to 3 million health points. This blow was considered a heavy blow, and it added several negative statuses. The detonation of death energy in his body almost caused his cells to completely collapse, leaving Talaran with lingering fear. The power of Hellas' Esper ability was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Talaran looked at Hela from afar, his eyes filled with fear. Death's harvest had caused him heavy injuries, but the detonation of all the death energy had also removed the layers of death's erosion. Talaran's recovery ability immediately returned to normal, and the injuries in his body gradually healed. His health slowly rose. However, his maximum health was reduced by about 10%, and he could not return to his peak state. Hyla would not sit back and watch her opponent recover. Taking advantage of Talaran's stunned state, she immediately stopped retreating and closed in on Talaran, launching a storm of attacks. Death energy swept through the sky, covering the entire sky. Talaran did not understand Hellas' Esper ability, so he was bewildered. Seeing Hela approach, he hurriedly retreated, not daring to attack head-on like before. He only dared to throw spells from afar, and at the same time, he kept applying layer after layer of shields on himself, unwilling to be hit by the death energy again. The situation immediately reversed, and it became a chase. Talarin fled like a rat, being chased around by Hela. The power of this move also made Austin jump in fright. This newcomer is also this strong. Why did I say also? He was still worried that Hela would be tricked by the corrupted blood, but he did not expect Talarin to be heavily injured at the critical moment. If it was me, Austin could not help but put himself in the shoes of the battlefield, only to realize that he was also in a precarious situation. Although he had all sorts of purification spells, the corrosion of the death energy was endless. Even if he could purify himself 8 or 10 times, he would still be attached. The only solution was to avoid being hit by the death energy as much as possible. In that case, while some beyond grade as might not necessarily lose to Hela, they would definitely be extremely cautious. On the field, Talarin was now in such a state. He was scared by Hela's sudden outburst and became extremely cautious. He was more inclined to defend and didn't dare to act recklessly. If he fought head-on in close combat, his body would be exposed, and it would be easy for him to be hit again. If he kited, he wouldn't be able to beat his opponent. It would be very passive, and he had no chance of winning. Therefore, he was in a dilemma. Talarin groaned inwardly. He had hit an iron plate this time. Hela did not care about her opponent's thoughts. Since Talarin was defending, she would attack. Using Talarin, who was wearing a thick shield, as a practice target, she manipulated the death energy to bombard him. Bang! 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 One after another, the magic shields exploded into fragments, peeling off layer by layer like peeling onions. It looked like Hela was one-sidedly trampling on Talarin, pressing him to the ground and rubbing him against the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Talarin's beyond grade A mage status was not for nothing. With the support of a huge amount of magic energy, he was able to barely withstand Hela's frenzied attacks with all kinds of magic shields. This has become a war of attrition. It's a competition of who has more energy. Although I'm in a passive position, it's not like I have no chance of winning. It's just a matter of whether my Esper ability drains her energy first, or if I run out of magic energy first. Talarin's spirits were lifted. The demon race's true name liberation allowed his cells to produce more energy. As a new beyond grade A, he believed that his species would undoubtedly have the advantage and could last longer. At this time, Hela frowned and also realized this. A war of attrition is not good for me. The Death Esper ability was powerful, but the consumption was also high. Hela did not have many energy recovery skills, and the main way to recover was to kill people and absorb life energy. However, this was a one-on-one battle, so there were naturally no minions to become her nourishment. Hela had just entered the beyond grade A realm and did not have much time to learn more energy training techniques. Thus, the upper limit of her energy was the main limiting factor, and endurance was her shortcoming. With a flash in her eyes, Hela's hand gesture changed. Streams of death energy gathered in her palm, turning into a vortex-like shape, and she cast a new ability. Abyss of the Dead. A strange mental wave suddenly spread out. Everyone's vision blurred, and the scene suddenly changed. Everyone around them disappeared, and they were the only ones left. They were surrounded by an extremely dark space, with only a faint light above their heads. It was as if they were at the bottom of a deep well. Suddenly, countless ear-piercing screams erupted from below. Everyone hurriedly looked down and saw that there was a void beneath their feet. The translucent faces of grey creatures filled the void. There were all kinds of species and all kinds of appearances. It was extremely crowded and densely packed. Every face was filled with pain and horror, and their expressions were extremely distorted. Their mouths opened and closed, letting out different screams. The endless sea of faces was like an ocean, bringing with it an extremely strange sense of horror. This scene had a huge impact on the souls of many people, and their sanity points plummeted. These faces all came from the soul fragments of the people Hela had killed. The essence was integrated into her Esper ability, helping her grow. However, the residue of the soul fragments was deposited, forming this abyss made up of the dead. At this moment, these faces suddenly stopped screaming, and their eyes all stared straight at him. They kept repeating the same sentence. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions of words overlapped together, forming a grand sound wave with ethereal echoes. Become one with us. The next moment, countless tentacles suddenly rolled out from the sea of horrifying faces. These tentacles were made up of pale arms connected like chains. They constantly merged, stretched, and thickened. One by one, the tentacles climbed onto everyone's legs, grabbing them tightly and pulling them down. Let go of me. Help! Help! Don't grab that place. The extremely realistic feeling of falling hit them, and many people screamed in fright and hurriedly struggled. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Many people who were covering their eyes hurriedly opened their fingers and observed their surroundings through the gaps between their fingers. They found that they were still in the same place, and everything just now was just an illusion. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. However, these spectators were only slightly affected by the aftermath. Talaran was the real target. No one knew what horrifying scene he saw, but he was stunned and stopped all movements, as if his sanity points had been reset to 0. Taking a closer look, everyone was shocked to find that a phantom had grown out of Talaran's body. This was his spiritual body, and half of it had been pulled out by Hela and was frantically struggling. If they could see the status bar, they would know that Talaran was in multiple negative states such as fear, out of control, and chaos at the same time. The death energy had a mental attribute, and Hela had also obtained a special attack on the mind. Abyss of the Dead was a mind control skill that could pull out the target's soul. Both parties would wrestle mentally, causing the other party to temporarily lose control of their body. Therefore, without the shield to replenish, countless death energy blasted Talaran's body, instantly riddling his body with holes. Stop! Talaran's spiritual body was trying to break free from Abyss of the Dead, and when he saw this scene, he could not help but be furious. This was his own body. Unable to control it, he could only watch his opponent wantonly abuse him. Seeing that he was about to be beaten into a pile of minced meat, he immediately became anxious. Hela, however, turned a deaf ear, as if she was determined to beat Talaran to a pulp on the spot. Seeing this, Talaran was terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Stop it! Stop fighting! Stop fighting, I surrender." He just wanted to make a name for himself, and did not expect to fight so desperately. Hela narrowed her eyes and suddenly turned around. A burst of death energy shot out and sent Talaran flying, and the effect of Abyss of the Dead was lifted. Talaran's spirit broke free from the control and hurriedly returned to his body. The next moment, a wave of intense pain came from all over his body, and his spirit was even more dispirited. He had obviously been severely injured. "I'm afraid it will take a few years to recover from such injuries." Talaran's face twitched, and he hurriedly retreated. While recovering from his injuries, he stared at Hela warily, afraid that she would pursue him. Seeing this, Hela retracted the death energy into her body, glared at Talaran, and sent out a cold mental wave. Scram! Hearing this, Talaran was furious, but when he caught a glimpse of Hela's indifferent face, his fear immediately suppressed his anger, and he did not dare to flare up. "Hela, right? I'll remember you." He gritted his teeth, turned around, and flew toward the arcane church's fleet. It would be a lie to say that he was not annoyed. Talaran originally wanted to obtain his first victory as a beyond grader here and use Ames as a stepping stone. However, he did not expect to meet a strong opponent here and become someone else's stepping stone, giving someone else a chance to make a name for themselves. Other than a defeat, he did not gain anything from this trip. His spirit was damaged, and it would take a few years for him to recover. This made Talaran furious. Since he had already lost, Talaran did not have the face to say anything. Furthermore, in front of Blackstar, he did not dare to say anything. What if Blackstar took it seriously? Thus, he simply retreated. The arcane church's fleet picked up Talaran, turned around, and left with his tail between his legs. "You're not stopping him?" Ames glanced at Han Xiao. "He lost, so there's no need to make things difficult for him." Han Xiao shrugged. Talaran, this weirdo, was a combination of arrogance and loyalty. He did not give Han Xiao a reason to make things difficult for him. Furthermore, the damage caused by Hela was enough to make Talaran suffer. Just the reduction of his lifespan was enough to make Talaran suffer a huge loss. When he found out the truth, who knew how much he would regret his decision today? Since the other party was the unlucky one, Han Xiaoxin could not be bothered to argue with him. Looking at Hela slowly flying back, Han Xiao smiled and said to Ames, "The news of this battle will spread soon. The news of this battle will spread out very soon. It won't take long for the other organizations to know that there's a new Beyond Grade A in the universe. It's finally your turn to have a headache." Ames chuckled. "What's my headache?" "Hee, back then, when you became a Beyond Grade A, you directly became independent. What do you think the chances of you keeping Hela by your side are?" Ames's lips curled up. "People's thoughts will change with their strength and status. Can you make a Beyond Grade A willingly work for you?" "It's 50-50. Han Xiao did not comment. "Even if she becomes independent, she'll still be an ally with us. The worst outcome is still a good thing." This time, a teleportation gate appeared beside the two of them, and Austin flew out with a smile on his face. "Black Star, congratulations. Your officer has become a Beyond Grade A Super. Now, there are a total of 6 Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. I think Cisco is going to be autistic. Hasn't he been autistic for a long time?" Ames smiled. The three of them chatted for a while before Hela landed at the dock and walked over. Austin's eyes sparkled, and he took the initiative to talk to her. He loved meeting new people the most. Hela and Austin knew each other, but before today, due to the difference in strength, they only had an impression of each other. Now, they could finally communicate as equals. She responded with a few words and was as cold as ever. Austin did not mind. After establishing the foundation of their relationship, he bade farewell to everyone and left with the Palace of Hidden Spells. The onlookers are finally gone. Han Xiao looked at the shrinking teleportation gate and could not help but curse. This time, Hela turned to look at Han Xiao's doppelganger, paused, and slowly said, "Wait for me to go back. I'll have a good chat with you. I'll wait for you at the headquarters." Han Xiao nodded. He knew that what Hela wanted to talk about was probably related to her future plans. To an old friend like her, it was not appropriate to use his doppelganger to talk about such important matters. Hela nodded and walked away. She felt that there was nothing to talk about with his doppelganger. After all, a metal lump was not as handsome as the real person. At the same time, Bennett, who was waiting for news in the Blue Star government building, finally received the report that the enemy had been defeated by Hela. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After reading the battle report, the relief on Bennett's face gradually turned into relief. Hela has also become a Beyond Grade A Super? Doesn't that mean that our Blue Star has 2 Beyond Grade As? What a small probability. This is Blue Star's blessing. Bennett sighed. He could not help but think of the old rival that he had been entangled with for half his life. "Although you've done many wrong things, you bastard, you've nurtured 2 protectors for our planet. Your merit is boundless." Chapter 1005. Because of the flickering world, countless organizations had gathered in the Shattered Star Ring, and this starfield was currently the most lively area in the entire universe, receiving the attention of everyone. Once there was a commotion, it would spread to every corner of the universe at the fastest speed. Talaran's challenge was not kept a secret, and the information of this battle spread rapidly through the quantum network. In just a few hours, the entire Shattered Star Ring exploded. The birth of every Beyond Grade A was a major event in the universe. After Black Star, the Shattered Star Ring finally welcomed its 6th Beyond Grade A Super. The news came too suddenly, and no organization was prepared. Everyone was urgently collecting information on Hela's past to understand this new Beyond Grade A Super who had suddenly appeared. Before this, Hela did not have many records of her activities in the universe because she had been cultivating for a long time, so she did not receive much attention. Her most representative identity was the captain of Black Star's guards, but in the past 20 years, she had disappeared without a trace. Now, she had silently stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm, and the first time she appeared, She had already displayed her strength to the entire universe, creating a convincing battle record. Talarin, who had joined the Arcane Church for many years, was not a weakling. He had taken the initiative to challenge Hela, but he had lost to her and instead made her famous. This kind of thing where one shot oneself in the foot was always something that people liked to hear. A new Beyond Grade A super defeating another new Beyond Grade A showed that her combat strength was very impressive at this level. Furthermore, according to the investigation, although Hela's promotion speed could not catch up to Han Xiao's record, it was still far faster than the average promotion time for a Beyond Grade A super. This meant that she still had potential, and her achievements would not stop there. The Shattered Star Ring was located in a remote area, and it had always been at the bottom of the Beyond Grade as in the various star fields. This situation had changed after Black Star appeared, and Hela's promotion had once again raised the status of the Shattered Star Ring. However, compared to the birth of a new Beyond Grade A super, what the various organizations were more concerned about was Hela's identity. This new Beyond Grade A super of the Shattered Star Ring was definitely not simple. According to the information, not only was she a member of the Black Star Corps, but she was also Ames's student. At the same time, she had a relationship with two big shots and was also from the Blue Star Corps, just like Black Star. When they saw Hela's birthplace, almost all the forces were shocked. Blue Star, a small place that was still a civilization on the surface a few decades ago, actually produced two Beyond Grade as all of a sudden? Just what was so special about this planet? How could it have such an outstanding place? He must have run into some dogshit luck. Even with the addition of historical figures, these two were still the only pair of fellow Beyond Grade as in the entire universe. These special identities were the main reason why the various organizations were shocked. At this moment, what everyone was most concerned about was the impact the birth of this new Beyond Grade A super would have on the current situation. Since Hela's current identity was still that of an officer of the Black Star Corps, all the organizations knew that the Black Star Corps was most likely going to face a change. Hela might become independent, but what would Black Star do? With this thought in mind, everyone was waiting to see how things would develop. Bloodshed Land, Planet Heba. What? That Hela has stepped into the Beyond Grade A super? Chief Vanguard official Rothus suddenly turned around and stared at Jode, who had come to report the news, with a stunned expression. Yes, just yesterday, she defeated Talarin of the Arcane Church. The news is true. Jode smiled bitterly. This had happened too suddenly. When he first received the news, he was also shocked and only recovered after a long time. How could this be? Rothus mumbled to himself with a face full of disbelief. Decades ago, the two of them had represented the Bloodshed Land and fought against the Black Star Corps, but they were stopped before a victor was decided. He had always regarded Hela as his opponent, but he did not expect that he would once again be left far behind by the opponent he had always regarded in his heart. At first, it was Black Star, and now it was Hela. Rothus could not help but wonder, could it be that the Black Star Corps really had some special Beyond Grade A promotion technique? The threshold of Beyond Grade A was still very far away for him, but his old opponent had already crossed it. The feeling of being surpassed did not feel good, and Rothus felt a sense of helplessness. At the same time, in the Tyrant's Palace, Heba was also discussing this topic with Sorokin's consciousness. An important officer of the Black Star Corps has advanced to Beyond Grade A, and the biggest possibility is that they have an additional ally. This will cause the Black Star's forces and influence in the Shattered Star Ring to expand again, which is not good for us. Sorokin had a helpless expression. This sudden situation was not within his expectations, and there was nothing he could do about it. Someone related to Black Star again. Heba was a little unhappy, and his heart was filled with jealousy. Why is Black Star's luck so good that he can always recruit talents? I'm also a Beyond Grade A, so why don't I have such powerful officers under my command? I don't have enough information on hand. If we want to contain Hela, we need to spend some time looking for her weakness. I'll get my subordinates to do this. Sorokin shrugged. Before that, let's wait and see. Humph, up to you. Heba did not comment. In the Shattered Star Ring, on the mother planet of the star pupil Protoss, another one? Looking at the news about Hyla on his communicator, Psyche gritted his teeth, and all 7 of his eyes were hurting from anger. After the Planet Lighthouse incident, his race's situation in the shattered star ring was not good to begin with. Now, Black Star had another local beyond grade A friend. Black Star worked for the dynasty and stood on the opposite side of him. Although Heber was not Black Star's friend, their positions were also on the opposite side. Other than that, the other 3 beyond grade as in the shattered star ring were more or less related to Black Star. Not a single local beyond grade A stood on his side. His enemies in the local area had increased from 4 to 5. WDNMD. How can I even stay in this broken place? Cisco's mind exploded. In this environment, Hela set off from Floating Dragon Island alone and headed toward the Black Star Corps headquarters. This time, Ames did not go with her. She was forcefully dragged by Jenny to stay on Floating Dragon Island and had to deal with the backlog of matters. Blue Star was very close to the Black Star Corps headquarters. Hela arrived at the headquarters that she had not seen for a long time. Han Xiao, who had returned from the flickering world some time ago, was already waiting for her at the headquarters. As soon as she entered the army, Hela felt that something was different. Everyone in the Black Star Corps already knew that she had become a beyond grade A super. Along the way, everyone looked at her with respect and curiosity. She did not look around and first went to find Aurora, whom she had not seen for many years. She went straight to the officers' activity room, where many officers were already waiting. Congratulations on becoming a beyond grade A super. As soon as Hela entered the room, everyone welcomed her with smiles and congratulated her. Thank you. Hela nodded and responded to them one by one. Although she was cold, she was not unreasonable. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious. At this time, a voice full of energy suddenly sounded, suppressing everyone's voice. Captain, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Hardaway walked out from the crowd and appeared in front of Hela. He had a fawning expression on his face, and his voice was extremely loud. You missed me. Hela had a suspicious look on her face. She did not remember her relationship with Hardaway being so good. It's not just me. In the past 20 years, all the Black Star Guards have missed you. Without your leadership, we're not used to it. You must be tired after walking for so long. Don't just stand there, sit down and rest. Don't tire yourself out. Hadavi's attitude was unbelievably warm, and he looked just like a dog licking his lips. Everyone was shocked by his performance and looked over. We remember that this was not what you said in the past. The face-changing of the Sichuan opera was too realistic. Fu Ding raised his brows and reminded him playfully, is that so? Why do I remember you saying that Hela is incompetent and that when she returns, you'll challenge her for the position of captain? Now that she's back, your chance is here. Nonsense. I've never said such a thing, Hardaway said with a righteous expression. Hela, don't listen to these people. They're trying to drive a wedge between us. When I mention you in private, when have I not praised you? Don't believe these people who are jealous of our relationship. When he learned that Hela was a beyond grade A super, he was shocked and wanted to slap himself in the face. He wanted to take back all the words he had said to Hela over the years. She's already a beyond grade A super, and I still want to challenge her position. Do you think I'm stupid? What? You're saying I'm a coward? Bullsh *T. How can smart people be called cowardly? This is called judging the situation. Everyone was shocked. He lied without even blinking. His skin is really thick. Is that so? Why don't I believe it? Hela snorted. Just as they were chatting, Aurora walked into the room and called out in surprise. Sister, you're back. Hela turned to look at Aurora, and her eyes instantly softened. She quickly walked in front of Aurora, sized up her sister whom she had not seen for many years, and asked a series of trivial questions that had accumulated in her heart. How have you been these years? Have you been eating well? Have you been sleeping well? Although she knew that Han Xiao would take care of Aurora, after the Germinal organization was destroyed, she had not been separated from Aurora for so long. Every day, she could not help but worry about Aurora. The two sisters chatted for a while before Hela reluctantly separated from Aurora. She knew that Han Xiao was still waiting for her in the office. She walked all the way to the army commander's office. Hella pushed the door open and saw Han Xiao, whom she had not seen in a long time. He was sitting behind the desk, smiling at her. "You're here." Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Congratulations on entering the Beyond Grade A Super. I fulfilled my promise and came back after reaching the Beyond Grade A Super." Hella nodded and sat down in front of Han Xiao. "I knew you could definitely do it. I never doubted it." Han Xiao sized up Hella. She had become more and more perfect in all aspects. "I also knew that you would believe me." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. "I'm very happy to listen to your experiences over the years, but we'll talk about this later. Let's talk about business first." Han Xiao tapped his finger on the table, stared into Hella's eyes, and slowly said, "You're now a Beyond Grade A Super. Tell me, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to be independent? If I choose to be independent, will you support me?" Hella asked. "We're friends. I won't force you to work for me. If you choose to be independent, I'll do my best to support you, provide you with all the resources you need, and help you develop your own Beyond Grade A organization." Han Xiao tapped the table and smiled. Hearing this, Hella did not answer immediately. A rare look of hesitation appeared on her face. The room fell into silence. "I had some urgent matters today, so I didn't write much." Chapter 1006. As time passed, Hella pondered in silence. Han Xiao, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. With a smile on his face, he waited for her reply. After a long time, Hella slowly exhaled. "I choose to be independent." Han Xiao raised his brows. "Since that's the case, I'll let Sylvia." Before he finished, Hella added, "But not now." Han Xiao's face twitched. Looking at her teasing eyes, he felt helpless and amused. "Little guy, you dare to tease me? You like to speak halfway. Why don't you go write a book?" Hella sighed. It was rare for her to speak from the bottom of her heart. "In the past, I lacked a sense of security and always wanted to catch up to you. Thus, my only goal was to become stronger and stronger until I had enough power to protect myself. Now that I've finally become a Beyond Grade A, I can protect myself in most situations. However, I haven't thought about what I should do in the future. I might as well stay in the army for now. If I change my mind in the future, we'll talk about it in the future." On the way back, Hella had already thought about this question. What should she do after obtaining the strength of a Beyond Grade A? She had no clue. In order to increase her strength, she had spent most of her time in battle and did not have the time to appreciate the scenery of the universe. At least for now, Hella did not have the mood or ambition to form her own organization. Furthermore, thinking back to her experiences along the way, Han Xiao had provided her with too much help. Without his recommendation, Ames would not have taken her in as a student. She did not know when she would become a Beyond Grade A Super. She had received so much help from Han Xiao and owed him a huge amount of favors, but her return was extremely meager. She was embarrassed to become independent as soon as she became a Beyond Grade A Super. Her strong personality determined that she was not willing to keep owing favors. Back then, Black Star had established his own faction after becoming a Beyond Grade A, but he had made a huge contribution to Floating Dragon, so he was qualified to do so. Hella felt that her contribution to the army was far less than Han Xiao's contribution to Floating Dragon, so she was too embarrassed to follow Han Xiao's example. Most importantly, Hella knew how to kill and how to fight, but she did not know how to build and manage a force, nor did she want to spend time on it. In this aspect, she had inherited Ames's talent. She would rather use this time to consolidate her power and was not interested in the force at the moment. The way she saw it, with her strength and her close relationship with Han Xiao, she could be considered above everyone else in the Black Star Corps. If she wanted to borrow power, staying in the Black Star Corps would be much better than spending the effort to form a new organization. Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was the leader of the private organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. It was no longer suitable for her to form a new Beyond Grade A organization, as she would not be able to obtain much resources. After hearing Hella's explanation, Han Xiao laughed heartily. "All right, Then you can stay in the Black Star Corps for now. My promise is still valid. If you want to become independent one day, I'll still provide help. Hela nodded. You're already a Beyond Grade A, so it's no longer suitable for you to be my Black Star Guards. How about this? I'll officially appoint you as the Vice Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. Your position will be only below mine and higher than Lagi. You'll be involved in the highest decision-making of the Army's affairs, and your daily management duties will cover the division's armed forces, resource extraction, mercenary coordination, and so on. You'll be able to command part of the Army's fleets, and at the same time, you'll be the commander of the Black Star Guards. With just a few words, Han Xiao promoted Hela and gave her a lot of real power. After all, her status was no longer the same. Even if Hela herself did not need the power, he still had to give it to her. On one hand, it was to show that he valued Hela, showing the relationship between Hela and the army. On the other hand, it was to show the outside world that he followed the rules of the industry. Leaving Hela behind, Han Xiaoxin was very happy. He had thought of many possible outcomes, and Hela choosing to stay was the best outcome. This was the first Beyond Grade A officer in the army, and it was a qualitative change. Having one or two beyond grade as in an organization was a completely different concept. Originally, the army only had one pillar, and that was me. Now that Hela is here, she'll be able to share a lot of the burden for me, and it'll be beneficial for the army to expand its influence. Han Xiao thought. Vice Army Commander? Up to you. Hela did not care too much about the title. She suddenly placed her hands on the edge of the table, leaned forward, and said, "Let's talk about this in the future. I have a request, fight with me." "Sure." Han Xiao agreed. "But not today. You just returned to the headquarters. Rest for a while and spend more time with your sister. I have some errands to handle as well. In a few days, I'll fight with you." "Okay." Hela nodded and suppressed the eagerness in her heart. After stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, she had always wanted to see how big the gap between the two of them was. After chatting for a while more, Hela left the room and went to find Aurora. The two sisters had not seen each other for many years and had endless things to talk about. Watching Hela leave, Han Xiao smiled. Just as he was about to write the appointment letter, his communicator rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Uranril. "The dynasty is probably contacting me because of Hela." Han Xiao thought for a moment before answering the call. "Your Excellency Ruler, what's the matter?" Uranril's figure appeared on the screen, and Han Xiao smiled. "I heard that one of your officers has become a new Beyond Grade A. Congratulations." Uranril nodded. "Haha, her name is Hela. Not only is she my officer, but she's also my old friend. She and I... Oh, I almost forgot. You guys definitely have her information." Han Xiao raised his brows and pretended to speak. Have you talked to Hela?" "You came at the right time. I just finished talking to her." "What's the result? What's her plan?" "She thinks it's troublesome and doesn't want to form an organization for the time being. Therefore, she decided to stay here and be my right-hand woman." "I see." Uranril paused, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "I have something to ask of you." "Speak." "If possible, I hope you can persuade Hela to join the dynasty." "As expected." Han Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He had expected this. Due to his relationship with Hela, the dynasty felt that there was a high chance of obtaining a new Beyond Grade A ally. Thus, they came knocking on his door, wanting to make the first move and strengthen their Beyond Grade A team. Seeing that Han Xiao did not reply, Uranril could not help but ask, "What do you think?" "No problem. I'll try my best to persuade her, but I can't guarantee success." Han Xiao did not express his opinion. "I understand." Uranril nodded. She would not force him. This time, Han Xiao changed the topic. "By the way, since you contacted me, I have something to report to you. Didn't you ask me to maintain the security of the Shattered Star Ring? I have an idea, and I can use this opportunity to show it. However, it's a bit big, so I need the dynasty's support." "Tell me about it." Han Xiao slowly said, because of the flickering world, The beyond grade as of the various star fields have gathered in the shattered star ring. At least 90% of the beyond grade as in the entire universe are here. Since that's the case, I might as well take the lead and invite these people to gather together and hold a large-scale gathering of the beyond grade as of the universe. I'll invite everyone to come and discuss with them and reach a consensus with them not to cause trouble in the shattered star ring. Hearing this, Uriel immediately began to plan. This was almost equivalent to inviting all the beyond grade as of the entire universe. Indeed, the commotion would be too big. These people were all iconic figures of the various star fields. If they succeeded, it would be enough to set off a wave of public opinion that would sweep across the entire universe. Perhaps it would even be recorded in the annals of history and become a memorable event. As for what benefits Blackstar could gain from this, it was obvious. First, he could save energy and solve the problem of the stability of the starfield in one go. Regardless of whether it was negotiations or showing off his strength, he would use all kinds of methods to make all the foreign beyond grade as give up on the idea of causing trouble and wait patiently for the opening of the flickering world. The second benefit was that if he could really gather all the beyond graders together, as the leader, Blackstar's influence would increase greatly, proving that all the beyond grade as were giving him face. How confident are you that you can invite everyone? Uriel asked in a low voice. Half. Really? Uriel was suspicious. Most of the beyond grade as are smart people. They know very well that accepting your invitation is to support you and help you increase your fame. The dynasty's people won't have a problem, but can you guarantee that the people of Radiance and Ethereal will give you face? I can't guarantee it, but... Han Xiao chuckled. I think my face should still be of some use. As for the people I can't invite, I'll have to ask the dynasty for help. Alright, it's worth a try. I'll get someone to cooperate with you. Uriel thought for a while before nodding and agreeing to this plan, indicating that she would provide help. Then, I'll thank the dynasty in advance. Han Xiao smiled. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he said, other than that, I have another matter. Speak. I've already considered the proposal regarding the evolution cube. Han Xiao shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to use the evolution cube to exchange for anything else for the time being. In fact, I've looked at the list the dynasty gave me several times, but there's no universal treasure that I particularly like. The dynasty is very sincere, and I'm very grateful. Unfortunately, I'm not lucky, so I can only express my regret. Uriel was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, It's all right, we won't force you. If you change your mind, feel free to contact us. Then, the two of them chatted for a while before hanging up. Han Xiao played with the communicator, thinking back to the conversation just now and nodding. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to reject the dynasty's proposal and keep the evolution cube. The dynasty wanted to obtain the ownership of the evolution cube and completely control the evolutionary totem business, which was exactly what he wanted to control as well. This was a conflict of interest. Even if the dynasty was unhappy, he had to keep this business in his hands. Counting on others was never as good as counting on himself. He maintained a good relationship with the dynasty not because of personal relations but because he was useful to the dynasty. This was the foundation of the army. If he rejected the exchange, the dynasty might be unhappy, but there was no possibility of them breaking off their relationship, because the dynasty still needed him. Han Xiao had first thrown out this plan to gather all the beyond grade as before announcing his decision regarding the evolution cube. This was also a small test. He wanted to use this project to test the dynasty's change in attitude. If he wanted to control a portion of the profits, he had to have the strength to match it. The dynasty was indeed a giant, but the current Blackstar Corps also had the qualifications to control this profit. With Hellas' return, the army was even more confident. Radiance and Ethereal's suppression was mainly due to the dynasty's ban on selling totems to the outside world. However, if the ban was lifted one day, whether Radiance and Ethereal wanted the dynasty to control the evolution cube or an external ally to control the evolution cube would be an obvious answer. They would rather let an ally of the dynasty control the profits of the totems than let their competitors control the totems business. Although the businesses belonged to the dynasty in name, The ownership of the profits was fundamentally different. The dynasty will definitely do something in private. Let's see how they plan to do it. Han Xiao shook his head. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way. The next day, the Black Star Corps publicly announced a personnel appointment. The sixth seat of the Shattered Star Ring, the new Beyond Grade A who defeated Talaran, Hela, who did not have a nickname yet, would be appointed as the Vice Army Commander of the Black Star Corps. She did not establish her own organization and continued to serve the Black Star Corps. Countless organizations were paying close attention to the development of this matter. As soon as the news came out, the entire starfield was shaken. Everyone knew that the influence of the Black Star Corps, which had 2 Beyond Grade As, would definitely skyrocket. Although Black Star alone could beat many ordinary Beyond Grade As, to the galactic residents of the universe, the difference between having a single core and having 2 cores was like heaven and earth. Many organizations with ulterior motives hoped that Hela would split up, but the development of the situation was contrary to their expectations. They could not help but be disappointed. A Beyond Grade A actually succumbed to Black Star's tyranny and worked for him. Can't you have some backbone? Why don't you learn from your seniors? It's impossible to work for him. Go start your own business. Damn it, I have to think of a way to break them up. To the members of the Black Star Corps and their partners, this was undeniably great news. Knowing that Hela would stay, the entire army was excited. With a Beyond Grade A backing them, their confidence skyrocketed. The members of the army had even become more arrogant when they walked, learning how to walk without a teacher. The impact was quickly felt. The army's attractiveness to high-end talents increased greatly. Seeing that Han Xiao seemed to have really nurtured a Beyond Grade A, many supers could no longer sit still and were tempted. Among them, the ones who were the most tempted were some neutral Beyond Grade A seeds. Becoming a Beyond Grade A was a fatal attraction to them. Every time this happened, Hardaway would be especially happy. I had the foresight to let go of my reservations and join the Black Star Corps. In the future, when these guys join, they will all be my underlings. The feeling of throwing away my integrity is so good. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring, in the Arcane Church's fleet, the main ship's conference room was filled with projections of ethereal's Beyond Grade A allies. Talaran was the only one sitting in the middle. The scene was like a trial. You're saying that Hela's Esper ability is extraordinarily lethal to living beings, and when it erupted, it heavily injured you in one blow? That's right, it hurts. Plus, she can damage my mind. I'll need to rest for at least a few years. Talaran gritted his teeth. Talaran was furious that he had lost to Hela. He felt like he had been full of confidence but had been killed by someone in the online battle. Furthermore, not only had he lost, but he had also suffered injuries that were difficult to recover from. The main reason was that his mind was heavily damaged, and he would need to slowly recuperate. Before he recovered, Talaran's control over his spells would be reduced, and his strength would not be able to reach its peak. Talaran could not take this lying down. He rested for a few days and contacted the others today to report Hela's ability. Kasui slowly shook his head. The Black Star Corps has obtained a new Beyond Grade A with extraordinary potential. Their forces have grown stronger again. Hearing this, many of the people present frowned. Among the 3 universal civilizations, the one that did not want the Black Star Corps to grow stronger the most was the Arcane Church. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, and many of the people present already had a grudge with the Black Star Corps. At this moment, Sun Hunter suddenly glanced at his communicator and said, "Black Star sent me a message." "What did he say?" Kasui turned to look. He sent us an invitation and wants us to visit him." Sun Hunter's tone became strange. "Us?" "Yes, he invited all the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church." As soon as this was said, other than Kasui, the expressions of everyone present changed. They were filled with shock and confusion. Inviting all the top combatants of the Arcane Church? What was Black Star doing? Was he itching for a beating? If it were anyone else, they would have thought that they were courting death. However, the target was Black Star. Everyone present believed that he was just itching for a beating. Chapter 1007. Your Excellency Kasui, do you think we should go? Someone could not help but ask. Kasui was silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, Black Star's invitation to everyone has already exceeded the scope of private matters. It depends on the Arcane Church's opinion. I think we have to accept the invitation. Why? Our Ethereal and the Black Star Corps are not friends. Does Black Star think he has that much face? Talaran was indignant. Kasui shook his head, his voice faint. I roughly understand what Black Star will do. His reason is to maintain the stability of the shattered star ring. If we don't go, he will settle the score with us afterward. Are we afraid of him alone? Someone said angrily. We're not afraid, but the Black Star Corps has a huge force in the flickering world. Ethereal probably does not want to offend him. Furthermore, Ethereal has to consider Cisco. He lives in the shattered star ring and has nowhere to run. If Black Star wants to settle the score with him, he will be in trouble, Kasui said calmly. But Black Star is not hiding his goal. If we all respond to his call, it will increase his reputation and influence. The upper echelons will definitely know this. As for the beyond grade as of the other organizations, will they be willing to be used by Black Star? Sun Hunter narrowed his eyes. The dynasty will definitely support him fully, and the Radiants might also agree, Kasui said. The Radiant Federation will also agree? Talaran was confused. Kasui glanced at him and slowly said, after all, the Shattered Star Ring is the Radiance's territory. At the same time, the Radiant Federation also received Han Xiao's invitation and immediately gathered many of their allies for a discussion. Black Star wants to hold a Beyond Grade A meeting. His intentions are clear. Do we need to increase his reputation? Sieran crossed his arms and placed the other two on the table with an indifferent and disdainful expression. Although he's a peak Beyond Grade A, isn't he overestimating himself too much? Why? Do you think everyone has to give him face? He was an important ally of the Radiant Federation and also a member of the elderly Heavenly Group. He had a very high status in the Beyond Grade A circle, equivalent to the dynasty's Old Dragon, Kant, or Ethereal's Sun Hunter. Another Beyond Grade A turned to look at President Bada of Radiance and the Council of Elders and asked with a deep voice, What do you think? Maintaining the stability of the Shattered Star Ring is not a bad thing for us, Bada said slowly. Even without the dynasty taking the lead, I don't plan to let anyone cause trouble. The flickering world is about to be developed, so there's no need to stir up unnecessary conflicts. Since we didn't intend to cause trouble in the first place, there was no need to respond to Black Star, someone asked. I'm still considering it. The chief elder took over the conversation and tapped the ground with his cane. For now, there is indeed no need to support Black Star. Increasing his influence is the opposite of our strategy of suppressing the Imperium in the past few decades. I feel that we can actually help Black Star. This time, someone actually spoke up for Han Xiao. The way I see it, the pressure over the past few years has been very effective. Together with some special reasons, it's only a matter of time before the dynasty opens up the purchasing rights. Hearing this, everyone looked at this person with different expressions. This person's name was Hades, a new Beyond Grade A born in the past 10 years. He had not joined Radiance for long, so his position was average. No one expected him to suddenly express his opinion today. It seemed like he had an unknown source of information. You said there's a special reason for the dynasty to open up the purchasing rights of totems? What do you know? Bada was confused. Just some trivial information. Hades was obviously brushing him off and did not want to say it. Seeing this, Bada was a little dissatisfied. Knowing that there would be no results, he simply asked, Then tell me why you want to help Black Star. It's very simple. The Evolution Cube is the core of the evolutionary totem business. If the dynasty opens up the Evolution Cube one day, our needs will be satisfied. If the dynasty controls the cube, not only will we have no chance, but the dynasty will also reap the majority of the benefits. In comparison, it's better to let Black Star keep the cube. Therefore, we can help Black Star increase his status and reputation, and increase his chips in the game to prevent him from being unable to withstand the pressure and having the Evolution Cube taken away by the dynasty, Hades said. That sounds reasonable. However, the totem is not open yet. What you're saying is just empty words. Helping Black Star now is going against our suppression strategy and will only cause us trouble. If you can prove that the dynasty will definitely open up the totem and tell us the inside story, your suggestion will only be meaningful. The chief elder's thoughts were clear. I have a special informant. The information will definitely be reliable. Hades shook his head and still did not intend to explain. At this moment, Manison, who had been playing the bystander from the Mecha Empire, tilted his head and said calmly, "Do whatever you want. I will accept Black Star's invitation." Everyone was shocked and looked at him. Many of them were confused. "Don't you have an unresolved conflict with Black Star?" Sieran asked. "That has nothing to do with you." Manison casually waved his hand. "I feel that this is a grand occasion, and I can do my best to facilitate it. Usually, the Beyond Graders stay in their own territories, and this is a rare opportunity to gather in the same star field. It's a good opportunity to meet." Everyone sized up Manison's expression but could not see what he was thinking. They were all confused and did not understand Manison's intentions. Logically speaking, Manison and Black Star were competitors and should be suppressing each other. Why would he help? No one knew what he was thinking. Glancing at everyone, Manison secretly shook his head. He was not worried that this matter would increase Han Xiao's influence. A normal change in reputation would not affect their positions in the machinery faith. The believers only cared about the achievements of the mechanics and ignored everything else. Therefore, he was not afraid that Black Star would become more famous. However, Manison did not plan to help Han Xiao. He mainly wanted to use this matter to indirectly increase the position of all Beyond Grade as in the universe. A Beyond Grade A with individual strength was already a big shot in the universe, but he felt that it was not enough. In the eyes of the advanced civilizations, their role was more focused on strategic deterrence and killing each other. This had been the case for many years, and Manison wanted to change this situation. If they made use of this opportunity to gather a large number of Beyond Grade as long as they thought of the strength that these people would have when gathered together, the advanced civilizations would be even more wary of them and pay more attention to them. This would have some hidden effects. Overall, there were pros and cons, but for the Mechanic Emperor, the pros outweighed the cons. His vision was no longer limited to his own territory, and he planned to seek more benefits for the class represented by the Beyond Grade as. In other words, Manison was consciously raising the ceiling of the entire industry. It was a bit like he was trying to help the world, but the main thing in his bones was still profit. On the other hand, he did not mind that this event was led by Han Xiao. Although the two of them were competitors, they had one thing in common, which was that they were both mechanics. If Black Star's reputation grew, more talents would be attracted to become mechanics, which would be beneficial to the spread of the machinery faith. This way, as the leader of the mechanic world, Manison would also benefit from it. Of course, if he took the lead, the benefits would be even greater. However, Manison was not a stingy person. Since Black Star was the one who brought it up first, he could not be bothered to snatch it from him. Furthermore, Black Star had a reason to maintain the security of the starfield, so he did not have the right to gather so many people. Compared to Ethereal and Radiance, the Beyond Grade as of the Red Empire were much more supportive. Black Star really knows how to do things. His methods of extracting benefits are really impressive. Milizors was amazed. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and laughed. The various parties gathering in the Shattered Star Ring was originally a bad thing that would affect the stability of the starfield. However, Black Star saw an opportunity in this and planned to squeeze out oil from the cracks of the rock to turn a bad thing into a good thing. Everyone knew what Han Xiao was doing. Not only did he want to increase his reputation and influence, but he also wanted to establish his position as the Beyond Grade A leader of the Shattered Star Ring through this matter. Standing up in the name of the entire Shattered Star Ring had a special meaning. In the past, Black Star was just a figurehead. Once this matter was done, it would prove to the outside world that his name was real and that he was the official leader of the starfield. Coincidentally, the Black Star Corps had recently gained a new Beyond Grade A, so they could strike while the iron was hot. This way, the the position of the Black Star Corps would become even more secure. Not to mention the long-term benefits, the most obvious impact would be that the competitiveness of the Bloodshed Land would be greatly affected. The Limitless Financial Group, which had always been competing in various fields, would be greatly affected. In the short term, it would be difficult for them to cause any trouble for the Black Star Corps. Black Star sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Kant chuckled. Today, he had turned into a cute little black pig. It was only the size of a palm. It stood upright with its two hind legs apart. It sat cross-legged like a human. Its two short upper hooves barely made a gesture of crossing its arms. The dynasty is openly showing their support. I wonder what Heber will think. Bioni chuckled. Clotty calmly said, it's not that the dynasty doesn't want to take care of him, but he doesn't have the strength. In the Bloodshed Land, Heber and Sorokin's avatars sat opposite each other. The Black Star Corps has gained a new beyond grade A. Black Star is indeed making a move. He wants to completely stabilize his position in the shattered star ring. Sigh, this move is fair and square. There's nothing I can do. If he succeeds, we will lose more than half of our achievements over the years. Sorokin shook his head helplessly. He knew that Black Star was not someone who would let go of an opportunity so easily. As expected, he took advantage of the fact that a new Beyond Grade A was born in the army to make use of this popularity to launch a series of attacks. Due to the haste of the matter, he had not even finished investigating Hellas' background, so he naturally could not retaliate. Furthermore, Black Star had invited all the Beyond Grade as this time. Regardless of whether they gave him face or not, the result was not something he could interfere with alone. He could only watch. Heber did not reply immediately. He lowered his head and stared at the invitation silently. No one knew what he was thinking. Your Excellency Tyrant, do you plan to reject Black Star's invitation? I don't recommend it. Heber then looked at him and slowly said, reason? The dynasty's attitude is very clear. They support Black Star's action. If you reject it, you will be going against the dynasty. It's not a good choice. Sorokin shook his head. If everyone else in the dynasty goes and you don't, it will be too out of line. At that time, it won't matter if you go or not. It will be even more embarrassing if you don't go. I don't need you to teach me. Heber snorted. What about you? Are you going? Of course I'll go. Sorokin smiled. After all, Black Star and I are just business opponents. We don't have any grudges. Plus, I can't afford to offend him. He did not like to step out of line. Only by following the crowd would he be able to hide himself. You're really thick-skinned. Heber could not help but curse in his mind. Sigh, what a pity. If only the two of us were the ones who made this event happen. Sorokin sighed. Maybe we Beyond Grade as know the reason and don't think it's a big deal. However, to the outside world, it's too glorious. Black Star has hundreds of supporters. If the Black Star Corps is listed, just this wave alone will cause his market value to skyrocket. Now that I'm participating in this event, I should be able to get some benefits and increase the market value of the Limitless Financial Group by a little. Sorokin thought. Ignoring Sorokin, Heber looked at the invitation again. He was unwilling to watch Black Star become the leader of the Starfield. However, after the previous lesson, he already knew that he was not a match for Han Xiao. There was nothing he could do. Star pupil Protoss. His even inviting me? Cisco was shocked. Honestly speaking, he did not want to accept Han Xiao's invitation at all. However, the problem was that he did not dare to reject. Black Star was too powerful now. Cisco's race was in the shattered star ring. If he rejected Black Star, he would find an excuse to attack him. What would happen then? Even if the two of them had a deep grudge, Cisco had been keeping a low profile all these years and did not take any revenge. At this time, he did not dare offend Han Xiao. I'm too frustrated as a Beyond Grade A. Move. I have to move. Cisco roared in his mind. This was the second time his mentality exploded this month. Han Xiao did not announce the hero invitations to the outside world, but there were still some rumors. Logically speaking, it was very difficult for news to leak within the Beyond Grade A circle. However, The situation was just that strange. Many galactic media outlets in the shattered star ring received the news from somewhere and excitedly sent people to the Black Star core to ask around, wanting to follow the news and create a big piece of news. The most direct manifestation of this was that the Black Star core headquarters recently had a new beautiful scene, which was a group of paparazzi with amazing perseverance, chasing after the army members and asking them all sorts of questions. Han Xiao did not stop them. The situation was obvious. The dynasty was definitely the one who secretly leaked the news. Since they were going to hold a grand event, it was inevitable to create hype and maximize the impact. He originally wanted to do it himself, but the dynasty snatched the job away from him, saving him a lot of trouble. There was still some time before the date of the meeting, and most of the beyond grade as had yet to arrive. Han Xiao let Sylvia prepare for this matter while he paid attention to the reactions of the various beyond grade as. He originally prepared some methods to persuade some of the beyond grade as, but to his surprise, the progress seemed to be smoother than expected. Most people were convinced by him, and there seemed to be no need for him to use any methods at all. So, unknowingly, my face has become so big, Han Xiao sighed to himself and felt very happy. After spending decades in the universe, I've finally developed the face fruit to the stage of awakening. Since things were going smoothly, he was relieved. Other than the benefits that everyone knew about, he also had a goal that no one else knew about. Legendary points. The source of legendary points was very complicated. One of the ways was to do all sorts of important things and gather more than half of the beyond grade as in the universe for a tea party. Han Xiao estimated that there was an 80% chance that he would obtain universal legendary points. He might even obtain political assets. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to check out all the details of these beyond grade as and memorize their attribute. Just as he was thinking of a plan, the door suddenly opened, and Hyla walked in. She went straight to the point and did not beat around the bush. She did not beat around the bush and said, "It's been 5 days. I've rested enough. Let's do it." It had been 5 days since Hela returned. She had been looking forward to a spa, and today, she finally came looking for him again. "Okay, let's have a spa, but not in the headquarters. We'll have to repair the equipment if it's broken. Let's have a field battle in the universe." Hearing this, Han Xiao stood up. He had already promised Hela long ago, so he had no reason to reject her today. Chapter 1008. Hela was the new deputy army commander and a newly born beyond grade A super. She had received a lot of attention recently, and it was time for her to shine. The more famous she was, the more benefits she would bring to the army. At this juncture, Han Xiao would not damage her reputation. Therefore, the sparring between the two of them was purely private. Han Xiao did not need to defeat Hela to gain reputation. He did not need to be in the limelight. Quietly leaving the Black Star Corps headquarters, the two of them found a desolate planet. Han Xiao used an anti-detection device to isolate the outside world from energy detection, forming a secret battlefield. "Let's do it here." The two of them landed on the grey ground. Han Xiao raised his hand and opened the secondary dimensional army box. Groups of mechanical soldiers came out in formation, and the black mass of machines spread out like a tide. With his main body here, he could mobilize all his troops. The scale was extremely large. Even though Han Xiao did not summon all his troops, they quickly filled the sky and the ground. Psionic Prime and a portion of the Apostle weapons lined up. They had returned from the flickering world and were accompanying Han Xiao, acting as the top combatants of the Mech Legion. Han Xiao summoned a Lord's avatar and sent his consciousness into it. He then had his main body leave the battlefield. Sparring was sparring, but he did not plan to shorten his lifespan. Sending his main body here was to express his attitude, but sending his avatar here was to be cautious. Seeing this, Hyla narrowed her eyes and did not say anything, silently agreeing. Although she hoped that Black Star would go all out, she knew that her ability was a little strange and did not want to cause any hidden damage to Han Xiao. Furthermore, even Black Star's avatar was difficult to deal with. There was also a bunch of Apostle weapons beside him. After stepping into the beyond grade A realm, Hela was in high spirits. However, she also knew that the possibility of defeating Han Xiao was extremely low. She wanted to see how big the gap was between her and Han Xiao. Hyla exhaled, and her eyes suddenly lit up with a red light. Waves of red death energy surged out of her body and rushed into the sky, reflecting a red glow. The red energy boiled and rolled like a roaring sea. It was still expanding, and its momentum was on par with the overwhelming Mech Legion. "Are you done?" "I'm going." Hela entered battle mode, her expression becoming calm and indifferent. Han Xiao closed the secondary dimensional army box, controlled his doppelganger to stretch its neck, and released mechanical force to strengthen the entire army. He then looked down at the ground beneath his feet and shook his head helplessly. A good planet is going to suffer again. As soon as he finished speaking, Hela didn't say anything and pushed both of her hands forward, brazenly launching an attack. Rumble. The death energy gathered in midair slammed down like an avalanche, enveloping all the mechanical troops in front of them within its attack rain. The outer armor of every mechanical soldier reflected the blood-red tide. Psionic Prime raised his head to take a look, raised the Psionic Prime spear in his hand, and lightly tapped it on the ground. Pa. With him as the center, a light blue psionic barrier suddenly popped out and rapidly expanded, directly enveloping the entire Mech Legion. The tsunami-like death energy smashed onto the psionic barrier, creating an earth-shattering sound. With a flash of light, an energy shockwave mixed with red and blue swept out. Rumble. The ground cracked inch by inch, and dust sprayed out like fountains. Rifts appeared, cliffs sank, and ridges protruded. The terrain within a few hundred kilometers changed drastically. Hela's expression changed. Psionic Prime was actually able to fight her head-on, which was out of her expectations. The way she saw it, Han Xiao would most likely use the army's strategy to win with numbers. She did not expect Han Xiao's apostle weapons to have already been strengthened to such an extent. Hela's eyes narrowed. She leaped into the air, raised her hand, and pressed down. The power of the death energy that was corroding and attacking the psionic barrier increased again, and large cracks instantly appeared on the psionic barrier that was already in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the barrier shattered into dust. After all, Hela was not like Kola and Bioni. Compared to her, there was still a gap between the apostle weapons. The Mech Legion suddenly spread out, and each of them popped out their psionic shields. They prepared to defend against the impact of the death energy while raising their cannons to counterattack. Countless energy cannons were fired at Hela. The blinding light seemed to have cut open space, leaving behind trails of light. Not many beyond grade as were willing to take on such a ferocious attack head-on from the Mech Legion, and Hela was no exception. Her figure moved rapidly in the air, dodging the attacks. Endless death energy gushed out from her body, forming layers of tight shields that covered her body. From time to time, the energy cannons would hit her shield, creating holes in it. The death energy could be used for both offense and defense. There were very few beyond grade as who did not have shields. The power of the dead, Esper ability was actually at a disadvantage against the Mech Legion. Ordinary mechanical soldiers were inanimate objects, and Hela's lifesteal attribute could not be triggered. This cut off an important way to recover health. Furthermore, the mental damage caused by the death energy was also useless against the Mech Legion. This meant that she had lost another advantage. Only when she faced an opponent with vitality could her ability be used to its fullest potential. After all, defense was not Hela's forte. The Mech Legion had been strengthened many times, and their attack power had long been reborn. As soon as the Mech Legion began to fight, Hela felt an overwhelming pressure. Han Xiao's cannons continuously penetrated her shield and landed on her body. Her health dropped bit by bit, and her injuries gradually accumulated. However, Hela's recovery was not bad either. Although it could not be compared to Aurora, it was still very impressive. When her level was very low, she already had the high-speed healing talent. The power of the dead would nourish her flesh, increasing her normal recovery by 500% and increasing her recovery by 1000% to 2000% when using energy. Now that she had stepped into the beyond grade A realm, Hela had also obtained more recovery abilities. Even if the lifesteal attribute could not be used, her recovery speed was still extremely fast. She was the kind of person who looked fragile but was actually very tanky. In this aspect, she was in the same vein as Han Xiao. For a while, she could withstand the focused fire of the Mech Legion. Not bad. Looks like we won't lose so quickly. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled and continued to grind his steps. After the battle began, he had his doppelganger activate, charge endless potential, and started to move around crazily, increasing the movement distance. After activating this skill, he would enter the preparation phase. The movement distance during the preparation phase was the effective distance. Before the attack was launched, the skill would be in a continuous state. Only after the attack was launched would the cooldown of the skill begin. Although the power of the skill depended on the distance and not the speed, the name of the skill still had the word charge in it. Moving around and stopping would not work. The so-called charge distance in the skill introduction meant that after the skill was activated, he would have to keep moving. Speed did not matter, but if he stopped, he would have to start from zero. Even if he continued to move, the skill would only calculate the last movement distance between the last pause and the last attack. Once he started charging, it was best not to stop. With the Mech Legion holding him back, Han Xiao could easily do this. Furthermore, charge endless potential would only take effect after the next melee attack, so it would not affect his long-range attacks. Because his level was higher than Hellas, after the battle, the combat information on the interface showed all of Hellas' attributes. All of her abilities were displayed at a glance. Han Xiao held her back from a distance while browsing the combat information. As expected of an Esper ability with grade S potential. Her attributes are really good. After looking at it for a while, even Han Xiao felt a little jealous. Compared to him, a fake genius who was searching for talents everywhere, Hela was the real deal. She had a bunch of talents, many of which were unique to her. She had the potential to be a super fighter. When she grew up and her basic attributes became higher, the effects of these talents would become even more overpowered. However, she was still far from her peak in his previous life. Even if she had become a beyond grade A super, she was still too young in Han Xiao's eyes. Hela's beyond grade A talents were not out of Han Xiao's expectations. One of them was supreme power, which greatly increased the strength of her Esper ability. The other was cell reactor, which greatly increased her energy and endurance. Although he had to go easy on Hela to maintain her confidence, Han Xiao did not plan to go easy on her too much. He did not want to fight a protracted battle. Although the focus fire of the army was huge, Hela was not afraid for a while. What really put her in danger was the group of apostle weapons led by Psionic Prime. Each of the apostle weapons could fight on their own and were much stronger than when they were fighting Ames. Now that they were attacking Hela together, she was immediately forced into a corner. Boom! Boom! The heaven-subduing banner charged all the way. Occasionally, some death energy that slipped through the net would shoot at him, but he would constantly switch weapons and shatter them, unable to stop him at all. He was equipped with countless high-tech melee weapons. He was a weapons master and was the chief instructor of the mechanical civilization's combat skills. After successfully getting close to Han Xiao, the heaven-suppressing flag immediately jumped and flipped around. The electromagnetic blade, high-frequency chain blade, cutting axe, and other weapons were switched around smoothly, unleashing a series of mechanical pugilist combos. The mechanical body was extremely agile, and it was as beautiful as a war dance. Hyla had no choice but to condense the death energy on her body, turning her body into a weapon to deal with the attacks of the heaven-subduing banner. Unfortunately, her close combat ability was far inferior to a weapon master who had mastered countless weapon styles. Very quickly, she was left with no choice but to take a beating. Clang! The vibrating axe made of alloy was blocked by Hyla's hand, leaving behind a shallow trace of blood. She then raised her leg high and stomped on the axe. Following that, her jade-like palm struck out through the air, and a beam of highly concentrated death energy shot out from her palm, blowing away the heaven-subduing flag that was close to her. Before she could catch her breath, the space behind her rippled, and Mad Sky Hunter appeared. He opened his mouth full of sharp metal teeth and bit toward Hela's neck. Piss off. Hela reacted quickly. She lowered her head, raised her hand, and elbowed. The tip of her elbow hit Mad Skyhunter's chin. Death energy exploded, creating a shockwave that blew this mechanical beast away. At this time, a purple figure arrived from above. It was wrapped in a twisted force field and dragged a lightning-like energy trail behind it. It knocked Hela away and smashed her into the ground. This was a purple, muscular mechanical soldier with nanobiochemical tendons all over its body. It was Purple Sky Spirit, who had entered an overclocked and berserk state. Its combat ability was extremely high. Hela spun like a top. While stabilizing her body, she shot out death energy to force the apostle weapon back. She wanted to buy some time to catch her breath. However, at this time, a cold light suddenly pierced through the red curtain and lit up in front of Hela's eyes. Swoosh! Hela hurriedly turned her head. This cold light brushed past her face, leaving behind a shallow wound. This cold light came from the tip of a spear. It shot out a dark blue, highly condensed psionic blade. The one holding the spear was Psionic Prime. Among the apostle weapons, Psionic Prime was the strongest. It was not easy for Hela to deal with him. Coupled with the interference of the other apostle weapons, she became more and more passive. The intense battle between the two lasted for a long time. The surface of the planet was beaten beyond recognition, like an egg with a cracked shell. Lava flowed in the cracks on the ground and spurted out from time to time. Countless regions of the planet's crust moved, and powerful earthquakes occurred. Blood dripped down from the sky. Hela was covered in blood, and her face was filled with fatigue. Her specially made battle suit was filled with holes, revealing large areas of her white skin. Her shoulders, abdomen, and thighs were pierced with melee weapons. Just looking at her appearance, one could tell how intense the battle was. Too strong. Han Xiao clicked his tongue. Hela was used to fighting with her full strength. Even when sparring with Han Xiao, she fought with her life on the line without any regard for her own safety. Han Xiao went easy on Hela and made the mechanical army hold back a little, giving her a chance to fight with her full strength. Only by maintaining an overwhelming advantage and letting her fight to her heart's content would he be able to convince Hela. This time, Hela pulled out the weapons pierced into her body. Her bloody wounds slowly healed. She looked around at the apostle weapons, took a deep breath, and snapped her fingers. After fighting for a long time, all the apostle weapons, including Psionic Prime, had 15 stacks of Death's Corrosion on them and detonated at the same time. Rumble. All the apostle weapons exploded with red light. They were all heavily injured. The core of Death's Corrosion was highly corrosive death energy. Detonating this energy had nothing to do with vitality. Therefore, unlike the lifesteal attribute, this ability could be used on any target, including machines. The instant death of a mechanical life was equivalent to the extinguishing of the tinder, so the death energy corrosion had a chance to do the same. However, Hela would not lose her rationality in battle and would not attack Han Xiao's important combatants. Therefore, it did not trigger the instant death judgment and only triggered the basic effect, which vaporized a large amount of the health of these apostle weapons. Under heavy injuries, Psionic Prime and the other apostle weapons revealed openings. Hela took the opportunity to escape the encirclement and charged toward the Lord's avatar. Like a red meteor, she knocked away all the mechanical soldiers along the way. That's the last attack, right? Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He saw the battle information. Hela was already at the end of her rope, and her health was almost depleted. Knowing that Hela could weaken his recovery ability, Han Xiao did not let his avatar take the brunt of the attack. Just the apostle weapons and mech legion alone were enough to heavily injure Hela. However, he did not continue to roam around. Instead, he controlled his avatar to turn around and charge toward Hela. Above the devastated land, 2 meteors, one black and one red, collided with each other with a loud bang. Han Xiao did not hold back. The power of Charge Endless Potential was all infused into his fist, and he punched Hela's chest. Bang! It was like an earth-shattering explosion. A powerful shockwave exploded and blew away all the dust in the surroundings. A huge hole appeared in Hela's chest, penetrating from the front to the back. All of her organs were smashed into pieces, and all of her blood and flesh splattered out. Hela's eyes lost their luster, and she fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. The target has lost all signs of life. Psionic Prime took a look and was shocked. Lord, you killed her? Didn't we say it was just a spar? Han Xiao glanced at him and deactivated Lord's Descent. His main body slowly landed beside Hela. Did we go overboard? Many apostle weapons followed. They looked at each other and lowered their heads. They were like children who had done something wrong, trembling in fear. Han Xiao did not say anything. At this time, grey energy suddenly gathered from all directions and merged into Hela's corpse. Her eyes suddenly returned to normal, and the dark red light turned grey. The next moment, her broken body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her flesh grew, her organs regrew, and her wounds healed quickly. Hela's pale face slowly turned red. She sat up and took a few deep breaths. The luster in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Han Xiao had expected this. He smiled and patted her back gently. Does it hurt? Take a deep breath and calm down. Hyla had the ignore instant death talent, and he had seen it a long time ago. It was also written clearly on the interface. He knew that Hyla would not die in one hit, so she would be fine no matter how many wounds she received. Thus, he did not hold back and directly used the burst of charge endless potential to beat her to the brink of death. He knew Hela's personality long ago. She was very headstrong, and beating her up with all his might would make her feel satisfied. She had the potential to be a masochist. After a while, Hela finally stopped coughing and had a helpless look on her face. You hit me too hard. I was almost killed by you. Han Xiao raised his brows and spread out his hands. Isn't this what you want? Don't you like it? Hearing this, Hela snorted and did not refute. Although she was almost beaten to death once, Hela was not unhappy. Since she had gone all out, what she wanted was to fight with her life on the line. Han Xiao did not hold back, and she was very satisfied. Furthermore, after this spar, Hyla had a first-hand experience of Han Xiao's strength among Beyond Grade As, and she was speechless. She did not expect that after stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, she would still be beaten up by Blackstar. The difference was still so huge. Hela did not feel dispirited or disappointed because of this. Instead, this ignited her fighting spirit. As expected of the person I want to catch up to. It won't be so easy to catch up to you. Only when there's a challenge and difficulty will there be fun. Hela encouraged herself. She had always respected the strong, and she could not help but feel a deeper sense of respect. I lost, but it was a very satisfying fight. It was worth it. Hela smiled from the bottom of her heart. She did not have many hobbies, and fighting was one of them. TSK, Battle Maniac. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed, patting her head. Can you still walk? Don't touch my head. Let's go back. Shaking her head to avoid Han Xiao's hand, Hela tried to stand up, but she had just recovered from the near-death experience and was not in a good condition. Seeing this, Han Xiao put his hand on Hela's shoulder and helped her up. Hela glanced at him but did not refuse, allowing him to help her up the spaceship. She even took the initiative to lean into Han Xiao's arms. After this fight, the relationship between the two of them improved a little. Although they were friends in the past, they were not on the same level after all. Now that the two of them were on the same level, they had more common topics to talk about. Their relationship quickly warmed up, and the awkwardness of not seeing each other for 20 years was quickly eliminated. Hela enjoyed this feeling very much. In the past, she could only look at Han Xiao's back. Now, she should be able to stand beside him, right? The private sparring was not leaked, so the outside world did not know about it. Naturally, it did not cause any waves. The most curious thing about the Shattered Star Ring was a phenomenon more and more Beyond Grade As were arriving, leading their fleets to the Black Star Corps headquarters without any disguise. The local galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring heard the news and focused their attention on these Beyond Grade As and the Black Star Corps. They all smelled the scent of big news. Chapter 1009. As the various big shots arrived in the shattered star ring, this starfield became livelier and livelier. As the face of the superworld, every Beyond Grade A attracted the attention of countless galactic residents and organizations. They could be said to be special idols. Apart from their own deeds, another important source of fame for Beyond Grade as was the Wayne cards. Every big shot had their own set of cards. There were too many people in the universe who played cards and knew these big shots like the back of their hand. This mentality was very similar to collecting cards, like the feeling of collecting water margins 108 generals while eating snacks. On this day, spaceships circled the Black Star Corps headquarters one after another. Most of them were media reporters who had heard the news and came over. 80% of the media in the shattered star ring had come. These reporters had been there for many days, witnessing the fleets of Beyond Grade as entering the Black Star Corps headquarters one after another. The surprise in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. How many have arrived? 27. There are even more Beyond Grade as on their way here. With so many Beyond Grade as gathered, something big must be happening. Are they going to rebel? Everyone was itching to rush into the Black Star Corps headquarters to find out the truth. Ever since the arrival of the first Beyond Grade A, Ames, they were chased out and not allowed to enter the Black Star headquarters. They could only watch from the outside. Unable to satisfy their curiosity, these reporters seemed to have turned into manic baboons, unable to sit still for even a moment. Although the dynasty had released some news, it was only vague information. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, they did not explain the reason why these Beyond Grade as gathered in the Black Star Corps. This was to let the outside world speculate. It had to be said that this method of leaving suspense in a literary work was very effective. The shattered star ring had already received a lot of attention because of the flickering world, and the news of the Beyond Grade as gathering in the Black Star Army had already attracted the attention of the entire universe. Everyone was filled with questions. What was the purpose of 80% of the Beyond Grade as in the universe suddenly gathering? The circle of Beyond Grade as was too distant for ordinary people. Without any inside information, there were too many mysteries in their minds. Among them, Black Star was the most discussed. The interest of the entire universe toward Han Xiao was once again raised. Why did all the big shots choose the Black Star Corps as their meeting place? Why was Black Star able to summon so many people with a single call? Over the years, Han Xiao had been keeping a low profile and didn't make much news. Only recently did he make a new splash. Many people had an illusion that Black Star had done some secret things over the years, which allowed his status to suddenly rise to such a high level. Not long ago, the Black Star Corps had a second Beyond Grade A, and now, 70 to 80% of the Beyond Grade as in the universe had gathered. Almost everyone had such a guess. At this time, another 2 fleets came through hyperdrive, arriving one after another. Their outer armor was engraved with the insignia of the Mecha Empire and the Void Overlord. They were Manison and Kasui's fleets. Quick, record it. The likes of Manison and Kasui actually came. Black Star's face is too big. The 2 fleets passed by these media ships and landed toward the Black Star Corps headquarters. Many reporters hurriedly recorded this process. Since they could not enter, the only thing these reporters could do was record the list of the Beyond Grade as present and wait for the news to spread. The 2 fleets sailed into the Army's dock, and Manison and Kasui's doppelganger walked down from the spaceship. The 2 of them were old acquaintances, so they quickly chatted. "You're here too." Looks like Ethereal also supported Black Star this time. Manison chuckled. "Didn't Radiance send someone here too?" Kasui's tone was indifferent. His voice seemed to come from the void, very ethereal. "Radiance is Radiance, and I'm me. My goal this time is different." Manison's tone was indifferent. Drawing the line so clearly, "You're not afraid that Radiance will be unhappy." Kasui shook his head. "Then, what's your goal? Do you still remember the last time so many Beyond Graders gathered?" "I forgot. I'm guessing the 3 universal civilizations have almost forgotten, so I'll help them remember." Manison's tone was casual. Kasui paused and did not comment. "This might not be a good thing for us. The more we value it, the more we fear it. It might be another tragedy of the pinnacles. Good and bad always coexist. Although we beyond grade as belong to different organizations, we're all in the same class and have always been in a state of disunity. Now that we're acting together, we've attracted the attention of the entire universe. I believe the other beyond grade as can see how powerful we are when we work together. If we can make use of this power, we can ask for more things, Manison said slowly. You haven't changed. You're still saying the same thing. Kasui's tone was emotionless. The ancient ones, the mechanical race, the limitless financial group. You have a lot of resources in your hands, but unfortunately, at your level, you can't do it alone. You have to make use of everyone. Tell me, what are you going to do this time? We're just making use of each other. I'm not the only one benefiting. Every beyond grade A will benefit. Isn't that good? Manison smiled. Anyway, you know me. Unless you have a way to help me complete the final god's trait transformation, don't come to me for this kind of thing again. Kasui waved his hand. Manison did not mind and changed the topic. Then let's not talk about this for now. The void specialties you gave me last time were pretty good. Give me some more. Sure, return the 10,000 deity scepter first. Are you dreaming? The two of them casually bickered. This time, more than 10 beyond grade as who were waiting at the dock walked over. They were basically the beyond grade as of radiance and ethereal. These people had arrived earlier. Because not everyone had arrived, they could only temporarily stay in the army headquarters and wait. They had already stayed there for some time. Today, their leaders had arrived, so they came to pick them up. There was only one exception, which was Sorokin. He stood alone outside the crowd with a smile on his face. Why did you come to pick us up? Manison glanced at him. Although this is Blackstar's territory, the two of you are important shareholders of the financial group. Welcoming you is what I should do, Sorokin said sincerely. To the others, this tone sounded like a bootlicker, which was very much in line with their long-time impression of Sorokin. At this time, Han Xiao walked over and attracted everyone's attention. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the Black Star Corps. Follow me, the rooms have been arranged." Black Star. The dozen or so beyond grade as turned around and greeted him. Their gazes were filled with complicated emotions. Some of them had only heard of Black Star's name in the past but had never actually met him. During this period of time in the Black Star Corps, they had already gotten to know Han Xiao. In reality, most of the beyond grade as present did not want to come. They only came because of the orders of the upper echelons of Radiance and Ethereal. However, no matter how unwilling they were, since they were in someone else's territory, they did not dare be arrogant. Otherwise, they would completely offend Han Xiao. Angering a peak beyond grade A who was very good at fighting was naturally unwise. Manison nodded at Han Xiao. We meet again. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time I've come to your territory. It's the third time. Han Xiao raised his brows. You forgot about the fight. All right. Manison shook his head and laughed, not minding it at all. Ever since the last time, Han Xiao had not made any moves for more than 10 years. Manison had already determined that Han Xiao had admitted defeat and would no longer challenge his position, so he did not have any prejudice against him. Over the years, he had defeated many mechanics. As long as they admitted defeat, he would not continue to target them. As the main god of the machinery faith, he still had to act cool. This is Void Overlord Kasui. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the first time you've met. Manison turned around and introduced Kasui. It's indeed the first time we've met, but I've heard a lot about you. Han Xiao smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. It's an honor to meet your Excellency Kasui. Kasui shook Han Xiao's hand and said, I've often heard of Blackstar's name. You're also a legendary figure, so it's my honor to meet you. I heard that you also have the Void bloodline. I think we'll have a lot of common topics to talk about. After complimenting each other for a while, Han Xiao led everyone back to their rooms. After the people from Radiance and Ethereal settled down, only Sorokin was left. Your Excellency Blackstar, your face really amazes me. So many big shots have come to support you. Sorokin seemed to be sincerely praising him, but in Han Xiao's ears, it sounded fake. Han Xiao curled his lips. I thought you wouldn't come. How is that possible? I'm also doing business in the Shattered Star Ring. You're the leader of this star field, so how could I not give you face? I know you have some misunderstandings about me, and we have some competition in business, but I'm full of respect for you. Sorokin forced a smile. We might have a chance to work together in the future. Han Xiao knew that this guy's shamelessness was on par with his and was already used to it. He clicked his tongue and said, Heba didn't come with you? He said he'll come on the last day. He's clearly very close to you and is fighting with you like a child. Sorokin immediately sold out Heba. Humph, got it. Han Xiao waved his hand, leaving the boy with a fake smile, Sorokin behind. He then turned around and left, thinking to himself. Other than the allies of the 3 universal civilizations who had received orders to come over, the others all had their own thoughts. For example, Sorokin probably wanted to follow the crowd and disguise himself while taking the opportunity to interact with these beyond grade as. As for that old guy from the Mecha Empire, he seemed to have other plans as well. The beyond grade as who came to the Black Star Core could be divided into 3 types. The first were the dynasty's allies, Ames, Austin, and the others. The second were the allies of the other 2 universal civilizations who had received orders to come over, and the third were the neutral beyond grade as of the other factions. Most of these people came to make friends. However, these people's intentions did not have much of an impact on this event, so Han Xiao did not mind. The way Han Xiao saw it, the focus of this Beyond Grade A association was the waiting period before the official meeting. These Beyond Grade as would have to wait in their own territories for more than 10 days. This would create a platform for communication, making it convenient for these Beyond Grade as who would not normally meet each other to interact. Usually, due to the restrictions of regions and factions, there would not be such a public occasion for so many big shots to gather together. This way, everyone could work together, and it would also be convenient for him to test so many beyond grade as whom he would meet for the first time. Not only him, everyone's social circle would be expanded a lot, which would be beneficial for strengthening the connections of the entire beyond grade A circle. Han Xiao not only wanted to increase his reputation and maintain the security of the starfield, but he also wanted to allow the other beyond grade as to interact with each other, providing an opportunity to help these people build a good relationship with each other. Although there might be conflicts and grudges between the beyond grade as, if the World Tree War broke out, everyone would be comrades who would fight side by side. He wanted to do something good in advance. Furthermore, if the beyond grade as remained in a state of disunity, it would also lead to some serious consequences. The calamity of the supers has a fuse, and it's also an irresistible trend. I hope my meeting can cause some changes. Han Xiao thought. Your Excellency President, nearly 30 beyond grade as have already settled down in the Black Star Core headquarters. The final number is estimated to be between 70 to 80. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, Bada listened to the Chief Elder's report with a frown. Considering many factors, he had chosen to let his allies support him. However, he suddenly realized that with so many beyond grade as gathered together, this force was too terrifying. Just meeting them would cause the entire universe to tremble, triggering a storm of public opinion. The influence was truly frightening, a little beyond his expectations. There are too many beyond grade as, that's right. In a few days, the Black Star Core headquarters might become the most dangerous place in the entire universe. The Chief Elder's expression did not look too good. You misunderstood. Bada raised his head and glanced at him. What I meant was, there are too many beyond grade as in the universe. The Chief Elder's expression changed abruptly. Bada stood up, walked to the window, looked out, and slowly said, beyond grade as have long lifespans. If there are no accidents, they can live for hundreds or thousands of years at the very least. There are even super immortals whose lifespans can't be seen. Even if the probability of a beyond grade A appearing is very low, according to the ratio of normal deaths to new births, the total number of beyond grade as in the universe will only continue to increase. 100, 200. One day, it will reach tens of thousands. At that time, the individual's strength, will be out of control. The chief elder's expression became extremely serious. You're saying, we'll have a new reckoning? Just like the tragedy of the pinnacles? Badr shook his head. The tragedy of the pinnacles was just an accident, but it revealed to us how to deal with the beyond grade as. Although the number of beyond grade as is still under control, if we don't plan ahead, there will be a day when the top individual strength overflows. Therefore, a reckoning of the beyond grade as is necessary. However, I don't plan to do this during my term. The flickering world is very important to the entire universe. Now is indeed not the time for a reckoning. The chief elder nodded. If there were too many individual strengths that exceeded common sense, the order of the universe would be shaken. In his eyes, a reckoning of the beyond grade as had nothing to do with personal grievances but to maintain the stability of the universe. However, this action would definitely cause a short period of turmoil and pain. Therefore, this was a hot potato for any leader of a universal civilization. No one wanted to do such a dirty job during their term. To him, this was like maintaining the ecological balance of the universe. It was not to eliminate the beyond grade as but to control the total number of beyond grade as, maintaining the ratio of individual strength to collective strength at a safe value. In an era of peace where there were no external enemies, once this ratio was out of balance, the consequences would be unpredictable. This was not an idea he suddenly came up with. In fact, many years ago, the three universal civilizations had already made similar plans. However, the beyond grade as were not out of control, so this plan had never been implemented. This was a tacit agreement between the three rulers of the universe. I wonder if Black Star held this meeting with this intention long ago. Badr thought of Manason's attitude and paused for a moment. The Mecha Empire has probably guessed that a reckoning is inevitable, so they want to gather the beyond grade as to show us their strength. Or to improve the status of the beyond grade as. TSK, two cunning fellows. He had to admit that he was indeed more wary of the beyond grade as, but it was impossible to start a reckoning now, so he could only turn his wariness into importance. Black Star, Mecha Empire, do you really want to gather the strength of the beyond grade as? Badr's eyes were deep. Chapter 1010. As more and more beyond grade as arrived at the Black Star Corps headquarters, Han Xiao's territory became even livelier. In just a short while, an army of 70 to 80 beyond grade as had gathered there. The Amethyst civilization, which was in charge of this star cluster, gradually became nervous. They secretly deployed their troops and made some defensive arrangements. Not only the Amethyst civilization, but all the star cluster civilizations in charge of the Shattered Star Ring, as well as the three universal civilizations stationed in this starfield, began to secretly deploy their troops. Their fleets moved quietly, preparing for a rainy day. With so many peak combatants in the universe, it was enough to easily overturn an entire starfield. Furthermore, the ones who controlled this kind of power were independent individuals with free thoughts, so there was a risk of them not being controlled. As for the Godora civilization, which was directly in charge of the Black Star Corps headquarters, they gathered their fleets and hoarded them in the star zone where the Black Star Corps headquarters was located. The undercurrents in the outside world did not affect the mood of the beyond grade as. With Heber being the last to arrive, the meeting was held as scheduled. The location of the meeting was a large hall in the headquarters. The dome was 100 meters high, and dozens of floating thrones formed a circle, quietly floating 5 meters above the ground. The door opened, and the beyond grade as who had been staying in the headquarters for the past few days filed in. The tallest was Beast Ancestor, Garutan, and the shortest was the finger-sized Sun Hunter. Each had their own unique characteristics. Everyone chose a seat and sat down. The allies of the three universal civilizations were clearly divided, each sitting in their own groups, with the beyond grade as of the other factions in the middle. After sitting down, they realized that there were still 3 empty seats connected together. Seeing that Han Xiao had not arrived yet, they casually chatted and sized each other up. While waiting, many beyond grade as had interacted with each other. In the past, some of them had only heard of each other's names but had never seen each other before. Using the opportunity brought by Han Xiao, These people got to know each other and made some new friends. Among them, the ones who were visited the most were the peak beyond grade as with high statuses in the circle, such as Manison, Kasui, Kant, Garutan, and so on. Clotty and a few other beyond grade as did not come to the Shattered Star Ring, so they naturally did not participate in the meeting. At this moment, the ones who received the most attention were the new beyond grade as who were born less than 10 years ago, such as Hades of Radiance, Yin-Ying of the Dynasty, and Talaran of Ethereal. After a while, 3 figures walked in. Everyone stopped chatting and looked at the door. It was Han Xiao, Hela, and Ames. Han Xiao strode forward, arriving before the mechanical throne. He slowly rose into the air, turned around, and sat down, facing all the beyond grade as. At the same time, Ames and Hela sat on the empty seats next to him. Many people looked at Hela with curiosity in their eyes. There were many who were interested in this new beyond grade A super from the Black Star Corps. Rumble, the door finally closed slowly. With a smile on his face, Han Xiao looked around and slowly said, "Everyone is here. I'm sorry for the long wait. Thanks to everyone's kindness, everyone is willing to attend this meeting and support me." While speaking politely, he observed everyone. As he spoke, some people sat upright and still with a solemn expression, some were expressionless and indifferent, some had smiles on their faces to express friendliness, and some leaned lazily against their chairs in an indifferent manner. From this, one could see the attitudes of some people. There were more than 70 beyond grade as present, more than 40 of them, including himself, were allies of the 3 universal civilizations. Most of the rest were alone, and a few were allies of the supercluster civilizations. There were many people with multiple identities, such as the Ancient Ones and a few shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group. Beast Ancestor, Secret Master, and other protectors of the galactic black market were also present. They were all important and worthy of attention. There was a complicated network of relationships between these people. Some had good relationships with each other, some had grudges with each other, some were brothers on the surface but plotted against each other behind the scenes, and some were helping each other on the surface. While waiting, Han Xiao also walked around and made friends with everyone. He also completed his probing and collected the combat information of everyone present. Only a small portion of them had higher levels than him, so he could not see the complete information. The abilities of the others were completely under his control, so he had a lot of information. However, these people were still in the dark and did not know that their underwear had been seen through. No matter what reason you all have for coming to support me, I thank you all for coming. This time, Han Xiao finished the pleasantries and went straight to the point. I believe everyone has already talked to each other, so I'll save my breath and not introduce everyone. Everyone smiled politely and stared at Han Xiao, waiting for him to continue. Han Xiao lightly patted the armrest of his chair and said, "I'm holding this meeting mainly to discuss the problem of the Shattered Star Ring with everyone." Before he could finish his sentence, a discordant voice rang out. "Humph, you can represent the entire Shattered Star Ring?" Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they looked toward the source of the voice. The person who spoke was Sieran of the Radiant Federation and also a member of the Ancient Ones. He had a disapproving expression on his face. Han Xiao's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "There are so many civilizations and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Of course, I can't represent the entire starfield. Then what right do you have to talk about this problem?" Sieran questioned. "Don't forget, the Radiant Federation is the real ruler of the Shattered Star Ring. Only we can represent this starfield, not you." The other allies of the Radiants did not stop Sieran. They came because they were giving face, but as competitors, they would not let Han Xiao achieve his goal too easily. It was inevitable that they would make things difficult for him. Even if they did not stop him, they would not let him have it easy. "I don't agree with that." Han Xiao slowly said, "I'm a local of the Shattered Star Ring and represent the dynasty to oversee this place. I'm also the strongest beyond grade A in this starfield. Although I can't represent the entire starfield, I still have the right to speak for it in my own name. Furthermore, I'm not announcing anything unilaterally. I'm just here to discuss with everyone. The strongest beyond grade A in the Shattered Star Ring?" Not necessarily, right? Sieran sneered. Han Xiao raised his brows, opened his arms slightly, and said, "You're doubting my record? Don't worry, Heba, Cisco, and Ames have all been defeated by you. I won't deny this fact. As for Hella, she's only a new student. She's most likely not your match." Hearing this, Heba's expression turned ugly. He did not like outsiders mentioning his defeat in front of so many beyond grade as. Cisco coldly glanced at Sieran before glaring at Han Xiao. As the saying went, don't point out someone's shortcomings when scolding them. Ames, on the other hand, did not seem to mind. She smiled faintly and was indifferent. Hella, on the other hand, was expressionless like a rock, turning a deaf ear to him. "Then, what's your opinion?" Han Xiao asked. "Very simple. There's still one person who has not been defeated by you in a head-on battle, Magus Austin." Sieran shook his head. "He's just too low-key. He might not be your match. If you don't defeat him, you won't be able to maintain your position as the strongest in the starfield." Austin was stunned. Why am I being dragged into this all of a sudden? Thinking about it, he understood. Sieran wanted to roast him on the fire, which was a form of provocation. Although Sieran most likely knew that he had a good relationship with Blackstar, it would not cost him anything to try. As long as he could leave a mark on their relationship, it would be worth it. "I admit that Blackstar is the strongest in the starfield, but I admit that I'm not his match." Austin curled his lips. This was the only thing he could say. He could not possibly spar with Han Xiao on the spot. Hearing this, Han Xiao nodded at Austin before asking Sieran, "Any other opinions?" "No." Seeing Man Ison give him a look, Sieran closed his eyes and did not say anything else. Han Xiao glanced around. Seeing that no one else had any opinions, he said with a deep voice, "All right then. Since everyone acknowledges that I have the right to speak for the Shattered Star Ring, let's get back to the main topic. Since the opening of the Flickering World is imminent, I can understand that everyone has come to the Shattered Star Ring to wait for orders. However, I believe that everyone knows that with so many beyond grade as gathered in one starfield, there will be many unstable factors. As the leader of the Shattered Star Ring, I have something to say, and I hope that everyone will listen carefully. Since I developed in the Shattered Star Ring, I naturally have the responsibility of maintaining the stability of the starfield. I welcome everyone to the Shattered Star Ring as guests, but I have a small request. I hope that during your stay, you will not destroy the security of the Shattered Star Ring and cause trouble. If everyone is willing to give me this face, I will be very grateful." This time, Han Xiao changed the topic, and his tone was slightly heavy. "However, if anyone disregards my request, I will treat it as a challenge and will definitely not let it go. Remember, there's still a long way to go before the development of the Flickering World. I don't wish to have any conflicts with anyone." Hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone had different expressions. Some were indifferent, some were approving, some were serious, and some were serious. Although Han Xiao was very polite, it was essentially a threat and a warning. His meaning was very domineering. "No matter where you came from, when you met me, the local tyrant, even if you are a dragon, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. If you want to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring, you have to consider the consequences of offending me." Everyone present was the boss of their respective regions, and there was no lack of Starfield spokespersons. Many of them felt that these words were a little harsh. However, with Blackstar's current status and strength, he was able to suppress an entire Starfield. He was already qualified to say such words, and no one felt that it was inappropriate. This time, Austin smiled and said, "I'm also a local beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. I also do not wish for the star field to become chaotic. What Blackstar said is also my opinion." "Humph, me too," Heba said unwillingly. Immediately after, Ames and Hella also expressed their opinions. Seeing this, Cisco could only pinch his nose and go along. At this moment, the local beyond grade as of the Shattered Star Ring all supported Han Xiao, expressing that they would work together to maintain the stability of the starfield. It was a form of acknowledging Han Xiao's leadership. Han Xiao paused for a few seconds, taking in everyone's reactions. He suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, if you are willing to give me face, I am willing to cooperate with you in the development of the flickering world. Currently, the Black Star Core occupies the most territory in the flickering world. I believe I can provide you with quite a bit of help." The eyes of many sparkled. Everyone knew that the Black Star Core had a huge foundation in the flickering world. Everyone's goal was the flickering world. If they could obtain Han Xiao's help, it would naturally be more convenient. Before they came, they thought that Han Xiao was only threatening them this time. They did not expect him to be willing to cooperate with them. This was a small surprise for them. "We will remember your words," Manison said calmly. "Radiance also does not wish to see anyone causing trouble here." Seeing the Mecha Empire express their stance, the other Beyond Grade as also spoke. Since Black Star and the Mecha Empire have both said so, then no one is to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring. Wait patiently for the flickering world to open. There will be plenty of time in the future. If anyone dares to mess around here, they will be our enemy. Black Star, we have given you face. Remember to fulfill your promise." Hearing this, Han Xiao smiled. "I'm glad we have reached a consensus." At this time, Manison suddenly changed the topic. "Black Star is worthy of respect for holding this meeting for the sake of the stability of the star field. However, I want to say that you did not gather us here just for such a small matter, right?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He turned to look at him and stretched out his hand. "If you have anything to say, just say it." "All right, then I'll be direct." Everyone looked at Manison curiously. They didn't know what he meant. Manison pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "The advanced civilizations make use of us, and we make use of them. Friends here are working for different factions, so it's normal for us to fight and kill each other. However, I think that we should not be completely limited to the differences between factions. Those are the rules of the game set by the advanced civilizations. Sometimes, we should jump out of these rules and make plans for ourselves." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all fell silent. This topic had always been very sensitive, and no one had expected Manison to openly mention it on this occasion. He did not hide it from the direct members of the advanced civilizations. The moment they stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm, everyone was on the same level. Even if they belonged to different factions, it could not change the nature of their class. Manison looked around and continued, "You all understand that the advanced civilizations need us, but they are also afraid of us. They do not wish for us to have too many personal relationships. It is very rare for us to have such a large-scale meeting like today. As you all have seen, we have only met once, and it has already caused a storm in the entire universe. There must be countless spaceships and cannons pointing in our direction now. You all understand that I am not exaggerating. We don't need you to emphasize our situation," Kant said with a frown. "I don't think now is the time to talk about this topic. It's too early. It's better to be prepared early than not," Manison said calmly. "So, why did you bring this up? Do you want all of us to form an alliance?" Garutan said in a muffled voice. "Let me remind you, forming an alliance is no different from rebelling," Kasui interrupted. There was one more thing he did not say. The pillars of the three universal civilizations like them were basically safe, so he did not want to care. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their opinions and arguing fiercely. Usually, there would not be many opportunities to talk about such things, so this event organized by Han Xiao became a platform for exchanging opinions. "Don't worry, the time is not right yet. What I want is just a tacit understanding." Manison looked at Han Xiao and said with a curious tone, "You are the organizer of this meeting. You listened for a while and did not stop us, so what is your opinion?" Everyone turned to look at Han Xiao. Black Star's position in the circle was not low, so his opinion was also important. Han Xiao spread his hands and shook his head. "I have no other opinion. I just feel that there are still too few beyond grade as." "Yeah, too few." Manison sighed. Han Xiao glanced at him. "When we said too few, we definitely did not mean the same thing." Chapter 10-11. Just as Blackstar said, the time isn't ripe yet. Continuing to wait is what we should do, Sorokin said with a smile. Yes, we need more fresh blood. Manison nodded. He then glanced at the new Beyond Grade as present and made the mechanical host send a virtual emoji. A bubble smiley face appeared above his head. Old man, you sure know how to act cute. This was the first thought that popped into Han Xiao's mind. Hella could not help but turn to look at Han Xiao. She wanted to say something but stopped. She did not expect these Beyond Grade as to have such a big topic when gathered together. This meeting gradually turned into a magical direction. To Hella and the other new Beyond Grade as, the topic of these big shots was too profound. They could only listen silently and had no right to interrupt. Will it be troublesome to talk about such a topic in our own territory? Hella was secretly worried. Noticing Hella's gaze, Han Xiao gave her a reassuring look. Ames noticed that the two of them were exchanging glances. She knocked Han Xiao with her force field and made him turn to look at her. She whispered, "You actually have the same purpose for holding this meeting, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Manison use your territory to talk about such a big matter." "Everything is within my calculations." Han Xiao raised his brows. Everyone argued for a while, and someone finally expressed their stance. "Although we can't form an alliance, our circle does need a closer relationship," Kant said with a deep voice. "We need to communicate more frequently. The flickering world is a suitable reason." A neutral peak Beyond Grader slowly said, "In the past, due to the restrictions of our factions and regions, the interactions between us were limited. But now, everyone's organizations will enter the flickering world, and this starfield will become our platform for communication. To a certain extent, we will be free from the previous restrictions. Therefore, we need a bridge, a messenger." Hearing this, everyone subconsciously turned to look at Han Xiao. In the explored universe, Beyond Grade A organizations could not expand as they wished. They were restricted by the advanced civilizations and various rules, which separated this level to a certain extent. In the future, everyone present would be able to enter the flickering world, which was of great significance. Even if it was only the branches of the various Beyond Grade A organizations, it would still be able to cross the regional restrictions to a certain extent, making it convenient for all the Beyond Grade as to communicate and promote the unification of the class. This would allow a portion of everyone's strength to be completely united. This required a bridge to form the information and resource transfer core of the Beyond Grade as in the flickering world, binding everyone together like glue. To be able to do this, one had to have a deep foundation in the flickering world, and the Blackstar Corps was the largest organization in the flickering world other than the dynasty. The best person to build the bridge was Blackstar. With more than 70 Beyond Grade as staring at a single person, even if they had no ill intentions, the pressure was still terrifying. Han Xiao took a deep breath and smiled. "If you need it, I'm happy to do it." In fact, this was one of Han Xiao's goals from the start. Although the process was a little different, he still got what he wanted. All along, Han Xiao had let the Blackstar Corps lay a foundation in the flickering world, and part of the reason was to obtain this qualification. Since he had become a member of the peak of individual strength, he had to face this problem. Although the butterfly effect caused by him changed the storyline, regardless of whether the World Tree War broke out before or after the calamity of the supers, he had to make plans for himself in advance. If he became the link between the calamity of the supers, he would have more initiative. As the peak of individual strength, unless he became the ruler, absolute loyalty to the collective strength did not exist. From the very beginning, the relationship between the two had been one of mutual benefit. Han Technician had never thought of being loyal to any organization. Even a child knew that eggs could not be placed in one basket. He had to prepare other escape routes for himself. Even if the chances of him being killed were very low, he would not ignore it. The interests of different classes could not be truly unified. Unless one was willing to be used as a chess piece or become orange juice together, complicated problems could never be simplified. The relationship between friend and foe often changed. Only class interests were the most reliable alliance. "Your Excellency Blackstar is very responsible." Everyone nodded at Han Xiao, smiled, and looked away. I want to reach a tacit understanding with everyone. Manison looked around and said solemnly, when that day comes, as long as someone calls for help, I hope everyone will respond. You'll see, Kasui said calmly. Everyone nodded and reached a consensus. Usually, they did not form alliances. Under normal circumstances, everyone would still fight for their own factions. Once the time was right, everyone would be willing to take action. They talked about many things. After 2 days and 2 nights, the meeting officially ended. The Beyond grade as bade farewell and left the Black Star Corps one after another. Manison and Kasui walked together on the road to the dock, talking softly. The content of this meeting will definitely reach the ears of the 3 universal civilizations. You didn't hide it at all. Aren't you afraid of angering the Radiant Federation? Kasui asked. Manison smiled. Even without this meeting, the fear will still exist. It's better to give them some pressure and increase our chips. With Black Star around, the Radiants can't leave me, and vice versa. The difference between factions restricts us and also restrains them. Anything is possible. Kasui shook his head. When a tool has other thoughts, no matter how useful it can be abandoned at any time. We're not tools. Manison's tone was calm. Remember, we represent the peak of individual strength. Everyone is a treasure of this universe. Not only are we the embodiment of violence, but we're also a precious special gene bank. We represent the infinite possibilities of evolution. We're never small characters that can be trampled on by others. If you want to abandon us, you'll always have to pay the price. I understand. You're in such a hurry because you want to protect yourself. Kasui glanced at him. Have you finally realized that your forces are too strong? Manison did not answer. He suddenly paused and sighed. It's a pity. Escod is gone. Although he's not on the same path, he's still somewhat useful. If he didn't stand on the opposite side of the 3 universal civilizations, who knows how much help he could have given us. Kasui's tone was strange. You know that his lifespan isn't long, right? What are you trying to say? Nothing. It's just that, he definitely knows the problem of his lifespan better than anyone else. Kasui smiled. After the meeting ended, the outside world gradually discovered an abnormal phenomenon. All the Beyond grade as who participated in the meeting were unexpectedly low-key, and no conflicts broke out. Originally, with so many Beyond graders gathered, it was full of unstable factors. Everyone thought that it would affect the security of the starfield, and there was an 80% chance that some Beyond Grade A battles would break out. However, from the beginning to the end, these big shots were very restrained and kept the shattered star ring stable. The entire universe was bewildered by this, and it caused a trend of speculation. The source of these Beyond Grade as restraining themselves was definitely the meeting held by Black Star. Just what did Black Star talk about to make so many Beyond Grade as behave? Public opinion continued to spread, and finally, Han Xiao arranged for someone to reveal the inside information. Black Star had gathered all the foreign Beyond Grade as to represent the shattered star ring. He asked everyone not to cause trouble and maintain the security of the star field. As soon as the news spread, the shattered star ring was in an uproar. The first feeling of countless local galactic residents was that they were touched. Look, Black Star is so responsible. In order to maintain security, he did not hesitate to take the risk to gather so many Beyond Grade as to his territory. He's simply a peacemaker with great love. A Beyond Grade A who is willing to speak up for us is a responsible person. Furthermore, Black Star's approach was very effective. So many Beyond Grade as were actually convinced and did not cause trouble. This was enough to show that Black Star had a huge influence. It's our blessing to have such a person in the starfield. All of a sudden, Han Xiao's reputation in the shattered star ring started to skyrocket. After doing such a thing, countless galactic residents did not mind letting Black Star be the spokesperson of the shattered star ring. The power and identity of the leader of the starfield were finally recognized by the galactic residents. His limelight was unparalleled, and the light of all the local organizations was suppressed. To the Black Star Corps, this meeting was like a man-made promotional event. Only by doing things would they be able to increase their fame and status. This meeting itself was also worth remembering. It was rare for so many beyond grade as to gather together. It was enough to go down in history. On the internet, more and more people thought that this was the symbol of the flickering starfield and gave it a nickname. Meeting of the Gods. You have received 2 Universe Legendary Points. Universe Legendary Points. Spokesperson of the Shattered Star Ring, you have received the recognition of this star field. From now on, you have the right to be the spokesperson of the Shattered Star Ring. Universe Legendary Points. Initiator of the Meeting of the Gods. After many years, many beyond grade as have gathered again. As the initiator of this event, you have gone down in history. Meeting of the Gods. Why not call it the Martial Arts Conference or the Mount Hua Sword Duel? In the Black Star Corps headquarters, Han Xiao looked at the notification on the interface and could not help but curse. Other than the name, he was quite satisfied with everything else. He had received 2 Universe Legendary Points. Other than that, the mission given by the Red Empire to maintain the stability of the starfield had also been completed. He had received billions of experience and a considerable amount of Red Empire contribution points. Now that Hela had become a beyond grade A, he had the right to exchange for Esper ultimate knowledges from the dynasty. The more Hela owed him, the easier it would be to tie him to the army. After completing the dynasty's mission, Uranril had specially called to praise him but did not mention anything about the conspiracy of the beyond grade as. However, they did not hide it, so it should be said that it was an open conspiracy. Of course, the 3 universal civilizations would not be kept in the dark about this. Since they did not mention it, Han Xiao roughly understood the dynasty's attitude. They knew that it was useless to question their allies. There are no more problems in the Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao played with a pet robot the size of his palm and muttered to himself, "Now, all we have to do is wait for the dynasty to blow the horn of the era." With so many beyond grade as setting an example, the other organizations did not cause any trouble. Everyone obediently waited for the opening of the flickering world. Han Xiao's actions had stabilized the situation in the starfield. Everyone was focused on their preparations, and the days passed as they waited. A few months passed, and the promised date finally arrived. On this day, the dynasty officially announced the opening of the flickering world. All starfield stargates leading to the flickering world were activated. At the same time, a notification popped up on Han Xiao's interface. The players he had not seen for a long time were finally online. Chapter 10-12. At the outer edge of the Shattered Star Ring, stargates with the dynasty's symbol stood in a row, extending far into the distance. Every stargate was separated by the dynasty's fleet that maintained law and order. It was like a chain of blue gems on a black velvet that was studded with diamonds. Opposite the stargates were densely packed fleets with the symbols of different organizations, almost covering every inch of space visible to the naked eye. The size of the fleet gathered was extremely rare even in history. Today was the day the dynasty opened the flickering world. These were all spaceships waiting to enter. Other than the civilizations and civil organizations from the various starfields, there were also many galactic residents who could not wait to go to the flickering world. Some were there for tourism, some for adventure, and some for development opportunities. Time passed minute by minute, and it was gradually approaching the time the dynasty had promised. The waiting time felt like years. Finally, the dynasty's announcement sounded in the public communication channel and was sent to every spaceship present. It's time. In the name of the Red Empire, we announce to the entire universe that the flickering world is officially open. The next moment, all the stargates were completely activated. The vortex in the center of the stargates began to spin faster, forming a hazy, dazzling blue wormhole that flickered with rainbow light from time to time. Every stargate was opened. All the spaceships moved, forming a long line that seemed to extend infinitely, entering the stargates one after another. The scene was extremely magnificent. Not far from these civilian stargates were the military stargates that were exclusive to the dynasty's allies. Black Star's spaceships were lined up, and the remote projections of many officers were standing in the command room, their eyes focused on the figure in front of the window. Han Xiao's back was facing everyone, and his eyes were looking through the porthole at the seemingly endless sea of spaceships not far away. He softly said, "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "The sound of a new era breaking out of its shell." Han Xiao chuckled. Version 4.0 activated. Retrieving data. Retrieving data complete. Player forums opened. This day has finally come. Han Xiao took a deep breath. This was an important turning point. Starting from version 4.0, the players had officially stepped onto the stage of galaxy wars and interfered with the progress of history, gaining the notoriety of being the cancer of the universe and the fourth calamity. The power that the players had grasped had truly crossed a boundary, and their influence on the world had entered a new realm. With a level 150 version limit and a stable B+ combat power, they were already worthy of being called the backbone of the universe. Once the flames of chaos were ignited, they would engulf the entire universe. At this moment, Sylvia seemed to have received a report. She took out her communicator and glanced at it. Her pupils shrank, and she said in a deep voice, "Army Commander, the immortals of the army have appeared again." Han Xiao finally turned around, looked at the crowd, and nodded slightly. "Bring them all to me." At the same time, at the Black Star Corps headquarters. Before the version update, many players had gone to the Black Star Corps headquarters to go offline. Now that they were back online, countless white lights flashed, and the empty hall instantly became a sea of people. The bustle replaced the loneliness, and it became as noisy as a market. "Xinghai, Han San Fei, am here. I've bought 10 boxes of Blue Bulls. Brothers, let's have a good time. Did the new version fix the bug that prevented us from being able to run naked? It's here. The ambitious player who has traversed 4 versions. I knew it. The pants-stripping gang has always been lurking and has never left. Speaking of which, did they add any new functions? Since it's so realistic, why not add a reproduction function? Reproduction is the soul of the social system. Coach, I want to shoot it. If we can reproduce, this will be a masterpiece among masterpieces." Countless players shouted excitedly. In the corner of the crowd, a group of professional players came online one after another. The top players of the 4 biggest Chinese clubs were basically all there, as well as Mad Blade, Maple Moon, Pork Bun, and so on. Yo, the level cap of the new version has been raised to level 150. King Admiral looked at the interface and chuckled. The increase in the cost of leveling up is too huge. Second Prince's mouth could not help but twitch, and he felt a slight pain in his liver. The faction interface of the Black Star Corps is still there. The army has not collapsed. Mad Blade checked the faction interface immediately. How can the current Black Star Corps collapse so easily? Maple Moon could not help but mumble softly. The players of the other starfields had to worry about whether their factions would disappear after the version update. They were afraid that the contribution points they had accumulated in the previous versions would go to waste. Thus, stable factions were the most popular. However, the players of the Black Star Corps did not have such worries. After 3 versions, they had a lot of trust in their faction leader, Han Xiao. At the end of the previous version, the position of the army had gradually stabilized. They had made the Arcane Church suffer, defeated Escod, and obtained a super service called the Evolutionary Totem. Even the players knew that the army had entered the ranks of high-level factions and would not collapse so easily. With the new version opening, the most important thing was to understand what had happened during the version update as well as the current situation of the universe. This had already become a habit of the players. Many of the players took out their communicators and opened the calendar. They were all shocked by what they saw. Wait, it's Galaxy Calendar year 729? When we went offline, it was year 709, right? Does this mean that the version update this time will take 20 years? I thought that the time span of version 3.0 was long enough, but version 4.0 actually doubled it. Scary, it actually stole 20 years of my time. Mad Blade's expression suddenly changed, and he exchanged glances with Maple Moon. Both of them had a look of excitement in their eyes. It had actually been 20 years. This was not a short period of time. What kind of development would the Black Star Core have? Just as the two of them were thinking about this, the sound of the communicators suddenly rang out in the hall. Every player had received a new email, which was issued by the Army's internal program. Everyone hurriedly opened it, and virtual screens appeared in front of them one after another. All of them showed Han Xiao's face and played the same video. In the video, Han Xiao was sitting upright, only showing his upper body. His tone was very formal. "Comrades of the Army, I'm Black Star. In the past 20 years, we've achieved countless things, especially in the flickering world. The Army already has 10 star systems under our control. It was the hard work of every comrade that created the glory we have today. Now, the flickering world has entered the 4th exploration phase and is officially open to the outside world. The entire universe will flood into this star field. In this era of change, we should seize the opportunity and move forward courageously. Here, in the name of the Army's leader, I'm issuing a flickering world recruitment order to all my comrades. The Army needs you. The flickering world needs you." The short video ended there, and the eyes of the players present gradually widened. They received a lot of information from it. It's the 4th exploration phase now? When we went offline, the first phase was not over yet. The Army has 10 star systems under its control in the flickering world. What's going on? What has the Army done in the past 20 years? Countless people's hearts itched with curiosity. What they did not know was that this video was a cut scene that Han Xiao had specially tailored for the players to help them understand the situation quickly. This time, Hao Tian suddenly realized something. By the way, now that the flickering world is in the 4th exploration phase, is our main storyline mission still there? Hearing this, the pro players reacted. Their original main storyline mission was still in the 1st exploration phase. Now that the version update had directly pushed it to 20 years later, would the mission be cancelled? If it was gone, it would be a huge loss. Everyone hurriedly opened the interface to take a look and heaved a sigh of relief. The flickering world main storyline mission was still there, but the mission requirements had changed. It was to build the territory of the Black Star Core and explore a few star clusters in the 4th phase. Although there are some changes, it's still an exploration. Many players shook their heads, but they weren't that excited. In fact, some of them even disagreed. They were curious about the information revealed in the video, but they were not that interested in the flickering world mission. This was because the Army players had already tasted this mission in the previous version. Although the exploration target had changed now, the way the mission was handled was still the same as before. Exploring a new starfield was indeed quite refreshing, but they lacked the opportunity to fight. In the previous version, many players were tired of the flickering world main storyline and would rather return to the Shattered Star Ring to do missions than continue exploring. This situation was actually normal because the flickering world main storyline that the Army players came into contact with in version 3.0 was actually only a half-finished product. Only the dynasty organizations were exploring, so there was naturally a lack of competition. But right at this moment, everyone was suddenly stunned as they suddenly realized something. Black Star just said that the flickering world was open to the public. So, the organizations of the other starfields had finally entered. Then, what about the players of the other starfields? Mad Blade quickly checked online and quickly confirmed the authenticity of the news. Not only that, the organizations of the various starfields also recruited a large number of supers as manpower and transported them to the flickering world in batches. The biggest impact of the mobilization of the entire universe on the players was that the cross-starfield channel was completely open. Compared to the previous version, the players now had the required channel to cross starfield. Everyone present hurriedly logged onto the forums. As expected, the entire forums were in an uproar because of this news. Mad Blade instantly understood. His eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "This is the world server. All the players born in the various starfields could finally come to the same stage and gather in the flickering world." What did this mean? National war. Galaxy Daily's guesses of crossing starfields had come true. All the players in the hall were in an uproar. So, it's the world server. Ha 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 ha, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. We can finally fight in the national war. My spear can't wait any longer. The next moment, everyone suddenly realized that the flickering world was the world server of this version, but as the army players, they had already entered it in the previous version. What kind of advantage was this? The expressions of the many army players changed, and they were overjoyed. Oh my god, we already established a territory in the flickering world in the previous version. We're a full version ahead. I'm crying. I thought that the exploration was too monotonous, so I returned to the shattered star ring as a mercenary. What a loss. We have such a huge advantage, so this version is awesome. Won't we be able to easily beat the fools of the other starfields? Wait, is there going to be an 8-nation alliance army? Brothers, I already told you, just shout Army Commander is awesome. The players who ran to the shattered star ring from the constellation corridor in the previous version all felt lucky. If they had not left with the Black Star Corps, they would not have received such treatment. On the other hand, the players of the other starfields were in an uproar. In version 1.0, Black Star brought a portion of the planet players into the universe in advance. Fine, we endured. In version 2.0, the Black Star Corps became the guiding faction, allowing the players of the shattered star ring to take the lead again. We endured. In version 3.0, the Black Star Corps gave birth to a Beyond Grade A, and they were the first to establish contact with a universal civilization. You're awesome, we endured. Sooner or later, we'll be able to make a comeback. But now, in version 4.0, the Black Star Corps is one step ahead of us again. Are you dogs? Why do good things always happen to you? Is there still law? Is there still law? Are you F***king, still lacking people? Only now did they understand that in the previous version, Black Star had laid the foundation for them. They had such a terrifying faction advantage. The many army players only felt that the game experience was extremely good. With such a reliable faction, it was useless even if the players of the other starfields and countries were envious. There was only one such faction in the entire universe. This time, the army players' interest in the Flickering World main storyline was unprecedentedly high. Originally, many people thought that the exploration gameplay was monotonous, but now, the Flickering World had become the world server for the players. It would become the most chaotic and exciting starfield in the entire universe, with countless conflicts of interest. This was the complete experience of the Flickering World main storyline. Thinking of this, Mad Blade and the others hurriedly went online to search for the Black Star Corps achievements in the past few years. They could not wait to find out what advantages their faction had in the Flickering World. As soon as he opened the resume of the Black Star Corps, Mad Blade's eyes widened. He had made many assumptions and was mentally prepared. However, the first information he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He was shocked. What the hell? Old Black has become a god. Chapter 1013. The records clearly recorded the major achievements of the Black Star Corps before the version update 20 years ago. Mad Blade set up a search window and filtered out the achievements of the army from year 709 to year 729 in the Galaxy calendar. The first thing he saw was a line of bold records. Galaxy calendar year 710, Black Star became a mechanical deity. This term instantly caused a huge impact on Mad Blade's young mind. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was that Black Star had become a god. Mad Blade calmed himself down, checked the information, and realized that the mechanical deity did not mean god but the name of a divine throne mechanic. This meant that Black Star had already become a pinnacle beyond Grade A super. That scared me. I thought that Old Black was about to ascend. Mad Blade heaved a sigh of relief and could not wait to continue reading. He realized that a few major events had happened in the same year. First, the end of the first exploration phase. The army obtained the first batch of 7 star systems and became the largest armed organization in the Flickering World. The Germinal Financial Group was established and became the subsidiary financial organization of the army. They started a business war with the Limitless Financial Group in many areas. The Super Academy plan was implemented, and the Black Star Corps had already established tens of thousands of super academies in the shattered star ring, grooming countless supers. A considerable number of them chose to become members of the army. At the same time, after Black Star became a mechanical deity, he fought with the Tyrant again and defeated him with just one avatar, establishing his position as the strongest person in the shattered star ring. Not long after, the Mecha Empire invaded, and a conflict broke out between the two sides. In the end, the dynasty came to the rescue of the Mecha Empire and forced them to retreat. Just by looking at the records, Mad Blade could feel the turbulence of that period. This period of time seemed to be the watershed of the army's activities. After that, the army entered a stable period of low-key development. Black Star withdrew from the list of strong contenders and quietly farmed in the flickering world. This lasted until year 716, when the Kundi Race War broke out. This was the first quasi-star cluster-level native civilization to be destroyed. However, there were very few records of this period of history, and there was only a rough summary. The only valuable clue that Mad Blade obtained was that the Black Star Corps was now in charge of the Kundi race's transformation, and this mission had already lasted for 13 years. After the war with the Kundi race, the army maintained its dormant development style during the second and third exploration phases. It was only recently that they showed their prowess once again. The army welcomed its second Beyond Grade A, and it was surprisingly someone he was familiar with. Hela has reached the Beyond Grade A Super. When Mad Blade saw the name, his eyes widened in shock. None of the players who were born in Blue Star were unfamiliar with Hela. Be it the villain Crimson Snake in version 1.0 or the one who fought side by side with her during the mutation disaster in version 2.0, her image was deeply imprinted in the minds of all the old Blue Star players. The main reason was because of Hela's stunning appearance. All the old players knew about the grudges between Black Star and Hela, which had been entangled from Blue Star all the way to the universe. She was also an old friend who had appeared a long time ago. Mad Blade had spent 4 versions of effort for the army, and the army was already his faction in his heart. Now that his faction had a new backer, Mad Blade was pleasantly surprised. Suppressing his excitement, Mad Blade flipped to the end of the resume. The most recent major event was the Meeting of the Gods held by Black Star, which gathered 70 to 80 Beyond Grade as together. Seeing the terrifying influence Black Star had, his heart skipped a beat, and he was so shocked that he almost forgot to breathe. After 20 years, Black Star's position in the universe had already reached such a level. Oh my god! Before Frenzied Sword could recover from his shock, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rang out beside him, scaring him out of his wits. Wahahaha! This feels good. Pork Bun placed his hands on his waist and laughed out loud. His mouth was so wide that it looked like it was about to split open. His smile was like that of a vicious dog. What are you laughing at? Mad Blade covered his ears with a confused expression. Look, in the 20 years since the version update, how much history has Black Star accumulated? It's all video material. This is a treasure. Pork Bun was overjoyed. With so much material, he did not have to worry about not having anything to do. He was prepared to record all the deeds of the army during the update period to help the army players understand the history of the army. Just thinking about it, he knew that it would definitely be a selling point. Thinking of this, Bunhitdog glanced around and realized that many people were holding onto their communicators to check the army's resume. He could not help but open up the forums and display his ability as the #1 paparazzi. He posted the army's resume that he had simply sorted out and gave it an eye-catching title, shocking, 20 Years of the Army. With the opening of the new version, countless players were excitedly exchanging information on the forums. As soon as the post was posted, it attracted a lot of attention in the Shattered Star Ring. Army Commanders Big PP, I'm impressed. Old Black is really amazing. Alchemist, Old Black has lasted from the first version until now. He's a legend that started from scratch. Is there anyone else in the universe who is more amazing than him? Silly cat, the ID of the brother above really makes one's imagination run wild. Magnetic link, I didn't expect Hela to also become a Beyond Grade A Super. Speaking of which, Do you still remember Blackstar's background? He was a traitor of the Germinal organization, and Hella was also a member of the Germinal organization. TSK, this is scary. Causeway Bay's Situ Haunan, 2 beyond grade as popped up from an organization on a small planet. Blackstar is indeed a universe-level protagonist-type character. Mysterious man, the Germinal organization is not dead. It's just hibernating. Mad Blade was engrossed in the forums when he was suddenly dragged to the dock by Maple Moon. Stop looking. Let's go to the flickering world as soon as possible. With someone taking the lead, all the players in the Blackstar Corps headquarters moved and swarmed to the dock like a tide. The forums, which had been silent for a long time, became extremely lively. After the scattered army players understood the situation of the version, they immediately headed to the nearest army base and boarded the fleet to the flickering world. No one was willing to miss the world server. As a member of the Blackstar Corps, since they had such a huge advantage, they could not waste it. In the eyes of the professional clubs, the fact that the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring had such a huge faction advantage was simply asking for their lives. The various guilds hurriedly held private meetings to discuss. The situation is not good. The main storyline of this version is too advantageous for the Chinese players. The world server is right next to the Shattered Star Ring, and they even went there in advance. Our guilds have entered the world server, so it will be very difficult for us to compete with the top Chinese guilds like Dynasty and Long Sky. We will definitely be at a disadvantage in a guild war, which might affect the growth of our professional players. 3 of the top 4 spots in the previous version were taken by the Chinese. This time, we can't let them continue to dominate. This is troublesome. The Blackstar Corps is the local tyrant in the world server and is the backer of the Chinese players. Do we have to turn around and join the Blackstar Corps? The professional players and the main force of the guild can only go to the higher faction. It will be very difficult for them to switch to another faction. Otherwise, their efforts in the previous versions will be wasted. That's right. Even if we switch factions, we won't be able to compete with the accumulation of the Chinese players in the Blackstar Corps. Let's observe the situation first and see how the Chinese guilds respond. If it's not ideal, we might have to unite the clubs of the other countries. Although it was only the first day of the new version, the opening of the world server made the clubs of the various starfields unable to sit still. There was no helping it. The faction advantage of the Chinese players was just too great. The strong teams like America, France, Korea, and Japan all had thoughts of forming an alliance. All the players have moved. After hearing Philip's report, Han Xiao secretly smiled. With the opening of the flickering world and the expansion of the explored universe, the flow of people in this starfield had skyrocketed. There were vacancies everywhere, and opportunities were everywhere. The advantage that the Blackstar Corps had accumulated for so long could finally be put to good use. To him, this was not the exploration stage but the harvest stage. With a territory, it was like sitting on a fishing platform. The outsiders would continuously bring him benefits, and he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. The profits of the ruling class were incomparable. With countless organizations competing here, the players would have a huge amount of mission resources, countless channels to obtain experience, and many opportunities to fight. However, the new version has just opened. It won't be so easy to harvest experience, Han Xiao thought to himself. The main goal of the players now was to continue leveling up. Most of the experience earned would be invested into leveling up. These were all seedlings that still needed to be fertilized. It was not time for him to harvest them on a large scale. If he wanted to level up quickly, he would have to wait for the players to accumulate experience for a while. However, Han Xiao was not in a hurry. The army's store had added many new things. No matter how stingy the players were, he could make them willingly pay. The efficiency of accumulating experience was much higher than doing it alone. His level, which had been stagnant for a long time, could finally rise quickly. The players from various countries flooding into the world server was the best time to expand his leak farm. Now that the Blackstar Corps attracted foreign players, Han Xiao no longer needed to do much. The advantages and reputation accumulated over the past few versions were the core attraction. The greater the advantage that the army players had in the flickering world, the greater the attraction of the Black Star Corps. However, it was precisely because the advantage was too great that Han Xiao guessed that some of the foreign clubs might work together to fight against the Chinese players. Therefore, helping the army players was imperative. In his previous life, in version 4.0, clubs from various countries constantly formed alliances and betrayed each other. Things like making distant friends and attacking those close to them, forming alliances, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, and attacking Guo under false pretenses. It felt like the Warring States period. According to his plan, in version 4.0, he would use the army's territory as his base and provide resources to help the army players develop. At the same time, he would use the strength of the players to cause trouble, attack the opponents, protect his own organization, and absorb more players to satisfy his leveling needs. Modo Civilization, Primal Chaos, Mysterious Energy. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. The players had just come online, and it would take some time for the players of the various starfields to all come to the flickering world. Apart from the players, these two matters were the most important for him to deal with. The Kundi race's mission required him to take revenge on the Modo civilization. Back then, the dynasty had told him to wait until the flickering world opened up before fully implementing the plan. Now, the Modo civilization's troops had also entered the flickering world. On his home ground, Han Xiao had 100 ways to make the Modo civilization unable to survive. The mission reward was the proof of leadership, talent, which was very useful to the leader of a large organization like himself. Han Xiao had waited for more than 10 years, and now, he could finally make his move. Furthermore, the time for the primal chaos mysterious energy to appear was almost here. There would probably be many organizations fighting over it. Han Xiao had already sent troops to the coordinates marked by Escod's legacy. He had made 2 preparations and specifically looked up the host in his previous life. If his memory served him right, it should be an ordinary person named Evans. Now, he had already grasped Evans' location. He was also in the flickering world and was under his surveillance. If no one under him could control the primal chaos mysterious energy, he would pull out the host in his previous life, and it would definitely work. While thinking, Han Xiao asked Philip, "Find out where the Modo civilization is. Find out where the Modo civilization's fleet is. I'll give them a big gift first. A young, decadent dragon's demon hunting cooking manual. He's an old author, so his standards are guaranteed." Introduction. When night falls, murmurs will ring in his ears, and the monsters in the shadows will become restless. Jason's hungry stomach will begin to rumble, and he can't help but swallow his saliva. Hunger is the best spur. Chapter 10:14. Flickering World, Dawn Star Cluster. This was the area completely controlled by the army and the first stop in the flickering world. The fleets of countless organizations flooded in, making this star cluster countless times livelier, slowly turning this new territory into a galactic society. Benefits were everywhere in the flickering world. Every star cluster had a huge gap in business. It mainly depended on where the foreign organizations chose to develop. The transit stations at the entrance of the starfield had huge profits. Many organizations and galactic residents scattered toward the transit stations in the entry area to look for opportunities and business as soon as they entered the starfield. More organizations went their separate ways to develop in the later star clusters. Among them, the Modo civilization's fleet was also one of the members heading toward the later star clusters. Their goal was to develop the territory of the 3rd and 4th phases. The reason was simple. The later star clusters would take less time to develop. Not only would there be more gaps in business in various fields, but the dynasty's control would also not be as strong as the star clusters that were developed earlier. This was especially important for supercluster civilizations. The supercluster civilizations knew very well that the dynasty would not let them develop comfortably. Therefore, almost all the supercluster civilizations gave up on creating trouble in the 1st and 2nd phases to a certain extent and focused on the 4th phase of the plan. Now, any normal person could see that the few star clusters to be explored in the fourth phase would be an important competition stage for the foreign organizations. In the command room of the main ship, a tall figure stood in front of the podium and looked up at the star map. His facial features were deep, and he had a cold and firm temperament. His expression was serious, and his lips were tightly pursed. Roddick, a senior general of the Modo civilization. He was currently the highest commander of the expedition fleet. The expedition fleet was the name of this fleet. It was a new fleet built by the Modo civilization specifically for the flickering world. A large number of elites were mobilized, and Roddick was able to stand out and command this important fleet. Clearly, the upper echelons of the Modo civilization had high hopes for him. Your Excellency, how long until we pass through the area of the first and second phases? A Modo person wearing an official's uniform asked. This person was a senior civil official of the Modo civilization. His name was Lagos, and he was the supervisor of the expedition fleet. He was in charge of supervising Roddick. Lagos did not have any real power, so he could not interfere with Roddick under normal circumstances. His main responsibility was to report the situation to the upper echelons and contact the temporary rear stronghold that the Modo civilization had built in the Shattered Star Ring. He was in charge of resources and military supplies. Hearing the supervisor's question, Roddick stared at the star cluster and said with a deep voice, "The construction time for the first and second phases is the longest. The Crimson Dynasty and their allies have already built a complete long-distance star cluster tunnel. The transportation is very convenient, and we will be able to reach the territory of the third phase in about 17 days. Most of the time is spent in the transit zone between the stargates." As he spoke, Roddick narrowed his eyes and added, "Actually, the fastest route is through the Garu star cluster. The Black Star Core territory is connected through the Stargate, so it's much more convenient and can save us a lot of transit time. However, you also understand that it's too risky to go through the Black Star Core territory. We can't take the risk and can only take a detour. This is what we deserve," Lagos said with a helpless tone. The Modo civilization knew that they had already offended the dynasty because of the Kundi race and knew that the dynasty would target them in the flickering world. The best route to the star cluster was through the Black Star Core territory, but Roddick did not dare approach the Garu star cluster and could only take a detour through a more remote Stargate route. Shaking his head, Lagos said, "The dynasty might send people to attack us. We have to be vigilant." "I know. The military knows this very well, which is why they gave the expedition fleet such a strong defense force. There are many armed fleets and high-level supers. With such a large scale, it's more than enough to fight a galactic war." That's true. Lagos pondered. However, in the flickering world, the dynasty won't send a regular army to attack us. If they really do come, they will definitely be the dynasty's allies. Roddick frowned. "We're not afraid of ordinary enemies, but we're afraid of beyond grade as. It'll be difficult to deal with them. Don't worry about that. The upper echelons have already reached a private agreement with some beyond grade as to provide us with assistance." Lagos smiled confidently. "Who are they?" Roddick was not surprised. Short-term transactions between supercluster civilizations and beyond grade as were nothing new. This was also an important business for some beyond grade as. With the flickering world being so crucial, it was impossible for the supercluster civilizations not to be prepared. They took out a lot of resources to hire top combatants, allowing some beyond grade as to earn a lot. Many of them were hired by several civilizations at the same time. The people from the galactic black market represented by Beast Ancestor and Secret Master, as well as some neutral beyond grade as. A few beyond grade as from Radiance and Ethereal have also made private deals with us. There's probably an order from the upper echelons to use us as cannon fodder to divert the dynasty's attention and waste their energy. Lagos could not help but sneer. Radiance and Ethereal's heart were known to all. The supercluster did not mind being used because it was temporarily beneficial to them as well. Even if there are allies, they will have to wait until we pass through the first and second exploration phases. "I'm worried that the dynasty will attack us before that," Roddick said in a deep voice. You have to know that most organizations are taking the Black Star Corps route. There aren't many allies taking the detour like us. There's a hired beyond grade A coming from the rear to protect us. The upper echelons persuaded him to take the detour with benefits. Who is it? A neutral beyond grade A from Black Hole Edge, Garose, nicknamed the head of golems. That summoner. I've heard of him. Roddick operated the star map a few times and marked the location of Garose's fleet. It was not far behind the expedition fleet, following them from afar. This made him feel much more relieved. In that case, we won't have to worry about anyone attacking us. Roddick's eyes sparkled as he coldly said, with our armed forces, as long as the dynasty dares to send people over, it's hard to say who will be the one attacking who. At this time, a communication request came in. It was a call from the 3 kings of the Modo civilization. The 2 of them straightened their bodies and accepted the call. 3 figures appeared on the virtual screen. Your Excellencies. The 2 of them immediately bowed. What's the situation now? The Modo leader of the 3 kings asked with a deep voice. The expedition fleet had not entered the flickering world for long. As the leader of a civilization, it was obviously too impatient for them to ask about the situation now. However, the flickering world was too important to the supercluster civilization. This was a strategic opportunity for them to completely turn the situation around. Furthermore, they had offended the dynasty a long time ago. Now that they were in the other party's territory, the 3 kings of Modo could not sit still. We're still on our way, Roddick replied with a serious expression. Did you run into any trouble? Everything is normal. No matter what happens, focus on protecting the logistics team, the Modo leader instructed. The armed fleet existed to protect the logistics team. The logistics team carried all the necessary resources and equipment to develop the starfield. The armed spaceships could be used, but if something happened to these important resources, it would be troublesome. Although they could replenish the resources from the temporary strongholds in the shattered star ring, it would greatly slow down the development and construction speed. The organizations in the flickering world were all competitors. If they were one step slower, they would suffer a huge loss, which would affect the Modo civilization's strategy. Riddick nodded to show that he understood. He said with a serious expression, he said, Your Excellencies, please rest assured. I won't let the enemy succeed, boom. As soon as he said that, the entire flagship shook, and the crew members in the command room all fell to the ground. Roddick also staggered and grabbed the table to stabilize himself. He was both shocked and furious. What happened? Reporting to the commander, many unknown fleets are rapidly approaching and launching attacks at us. The radar showed that fleets had appeared in all directions at the same time. There were many of them, forming an encirclement and firing at them. Furthermore, the alarm also indicated that the enemy had set up a large number of space stabilization anchors in this area. They had fallen into this trap, and their hyperdrive state was directly interrupted. This was where the tremors came from. Even the internal stabilizing device of the spaceship could not completely resolve the impact of such a high-speed stop. Countless crew members fell to the ground. There's still some distance from here to the next Stargate. Is this an ambush? Lagos was shocked. They were just discussing the possibility of an ambush, but now, they were talking about the enemy. Who are the enemy? Roddick asked. No idea. The enemy's spaceship is a common model, and there's no logo on the armor. I don't know which organization it belongs to. The observer was nervous. The 3 kings' communication had not been cut off yet, so they saw this scene and all frowned. The Modo leader said with a serious expression, Roddick, I'll leave this to you. You must defeat the enemy. Understood. Roddick's expression was resolute. He immediately started commanding the fleet and issuing orders. The expedition fleet immediately responded. They shrunk their formation to protect the logistics team while firing back. The size of the fleets of the 2 sides was about the same, and the Modo civilization even had the advantage. Roddick displayed his superb commanding ability. Very soon, the Modo civilization stabilized their position. Although they were ambushed, Roddick did not choose to break through but chose to fight in a defensive position. His confidence came from the fact that his armed fleet was stronger, and the fact that Garros was following him not far away. As long as Garros arrived at the battlefield quickly, he would be able to fight back with his advantage, as a beyond grade A Roddick's combat style was unyielding, and he would seek revenge. He was talking to the three kings when the enemy suddenly attacked him. Compared to running away, he preferred to defeat the enemy. I'll get Garros to join the battle immediately. Lagos also reacted. He hurriedly took out his communicator and walked to the side to summon people. Okay, make it quick. Roddick sneered. No matter who they are, they won't be leaving so easily. At the same time, Garros' fleet also discovered that the Modo civilization's fleet was attacked. Someone really attacked them? I thought it was persecutory paranoia. In the command room, Garros could not help but mutter. This was not the first time he had been hired by a supercluster civilization. As a neutral beyond grade A without any backing, this was an important source of profit for him. Not only the Modo civilization, he had also been hired by 7 other civilizations to protect the troops of these organizations. The competition between foreign organizations in the flickering world would not be lacking in military strength. Everyone knew that this place would soon become a paradise for mercenaries. Even many beyond grade as had entered the sea. Your Excellency Garros, what do we do now? Should we rush over and help? The deputy beside him asked. Garros nodded. He had no objections to taking someone's money and helping them out. However, just as he was about to give the order, the sound of an incoming call came from the communicator. Beep beep beep. Garros lowered his head to take a look, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. It was actually his personal communicator that was ringing. Who would call at this time? Garros took out his communicator and looked at it. His pupils constricted. The caller shown on the screen was Blackstar. The two of them had never interacted before. They had only met at the meeting of the gods and exchanged private numbers. I wonder why he's looking for me. Garros suppressed the doubts in his heart, walked to the side, picked up the call, and asked cautiously, Your Excellency Blackstar, what's the matter? There is indeed something I need your help with. Han Xiao's laughter came from the communicator. Please speak. I need you to stand by and do nothing. Stand by and do nothing? What do you mean? Garros did not react for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he understood. Attacking the Modo civilization's fleet, could it be? Han Xiao interrupted him and asked calmly, Can you do that? Garros felt bitter in his heart. Now that the Blackstar Corps was involved, things would not be so simple. The Modo civilization would most likely suffer. He did not want to get involved in this from the bottom of his heart. However, he was at the edge of the battlefield. If he did not do anything, it would definitely ruin his reputation. Garros' expression was a little troubled. Your Excellency Blackstar, I've already accepted the Modo civilization's employment. If I don't do anything, it doesn't seem right. Han Xiao spoke calmly with an expressionless face. You can't get involved in this. If you don't want to cause trouble, then back off. Then, without waiting for Garros to reply, he hung up the call. In my territory, you have to listen to me. Han Xiao was not going to argue with the Modo civilization. You're the one I'm going to beat up. What's wrong? Sure, don't come to the flickering world if you dare. The army had been operating in the flickering world for so long, and it was currently the largest organization. If it was not domineering, who was? Garros' expression froze, and he was secretly surprised. In his impression, Blackstar was a very friendly guy. He did not expect his tone to be so tough this time. Looks like things are more serious than I thought. With my small body, if I interfere rashly, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Also, Blackstar's threat, if I don't take it seriously, won't I follow in the footsteps of that seven-eyed guy? Garros could not help but shudder. This time, the deputy walked over and asked, Your Excellency, Lagos is already urging you. Do you want to give the order? Garros hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly waving his hands. Don't help. Just watch from here. The deputy was shocked. Seeing Garros' firm attitude, He had no choice but to have the fleet wait at the edge of the battlefield. Sigh, I've lost out this time. Garose smiled bitterly. He was just an ordinary beyond grade A. He could not afford to offend someone at the level of Blackstar, be it in terms of strength or organization. Being forced to retreat with just a few words was very embarrassing. Garose also had the dignity of a strong person, and he did not want to back down. However, facing the ferocious Blackstar, he could not straighten his back at all. After stepping into the beyond grade A realm for so many years and not making much progress, Garose already knew his limits and was not willing to provoke a peak beyond grade A. He was just a neutral person without any background. If someone wanted to kill him, they would have no qualms. Furthermore, in the meeting of the gods not long ago, Blackstar had taken on the mission of maintaining the communication platform for all beyond grade As. Just this identity alone made him have to give face to Han Xiao so that it would be easier for him to rely on him in the future. Time passed minute by minute. The expedition fleet and the ambushers were locked in a stalemate. The command room of the main ship was busy. Roddick issued a few orders, and when he finally had some time, he immediately turned around and yelled at Lagos, "Garose, what's going on? We're about to miss the opportunity. Why aren't they here yet?" Lagos was sweating profusely. They stopped directly. I've urged them many times, but they just won't join the battle. I don't know why either. The reinforcements that were right in front of him were retreating at the last minute. He was completely dumbfounded and could not understand. Outsiders are not reliable at all. Roddick was furious. He slammed the table and said, "Don't wait for them. Everyone, listen to my order. Change tactics and attack the enemy's formation." However, before the order was sent out, something unexpected happened. The logistics forces of the Modo civilization that were heavily protected by the armed fleets suddenly went into chaos. The logistics spaceships rammed into the armed spaceships around them like crazy and moved in all directions, instantly creating chaos on their side. "What's going on?" Roddick's expression changed drastically. Something had happened to the logistics team, and he immediately panicked. Report. The artificial intelligence of those logistics spaceships has been breached. They're out of control. We've lost contact with the crew. As if waking up from a dream, Roddick was furious. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out a voice. Damn it, a beyond grade a virtual mechanic. Chapter 10:15. The logistics fleet mainly consisted of transport ships, cargo ships, and industrial ships. Although they were also equipped with weapons and shields, their agility and firepower were not comparable to combat spaceships of the same level. Therefore, they stayed in the center of the formation and were protected by the armed fleets outside. At this time, a portion of the logistics spaceships were virtual invaded and rammed into the corvettes from the inside, tearing apart the formation of the expedition fleet. The weapons on the ships were not idle either. They attacked the corvettes from the back. As the armed fleets outside did not inject too much energy into the shields at the back, many of the formations fell into chaos. Control those spaceships that have lost control. Steady, steady. The other spaceships, strengthen the artificial defense wall immediately and increase the frequency of system self-check. Roddick had no time to think about anything else. He quickly commanded the fleet to deal with the emergency. Beyond grade of virtual mechanics had always been a killing machine in galactic wars. Any fleet would have a headache if they encountered such an enemy. The only way to solve this problem was to turn off the artificial intelligence of all spaceships. However, the command system would be paralyzed, which was no different from suicide. Currently, the spaceship control and communication system based on the quantum network was the best in the universe. Although other artificial intelligence and communication systems such as magic and biological systems existed, they had more shortcomings. For example, if one used magic to transform a spaceship into an alchemical organism with consciousness, the cost would be many times more expensive. The efficiency of controlling the spaceship would be far lower than quantum network technology, and the communication distance and efficiency would be incomparable. At the same time, there would be more weaknesses. The encryption would not be as good as the firewall of the quantum network, so it would be useless against mags and psychics. All the civilizations in the universe had ways to prevent virtual invasions, but the effectiveness of these methods mainly depended on the strength of the opponent. Facing Han Xiao, who was now a peak beyond Grade A, the Modo civilization's artificial intelligence defense methods were obviously not enough. They could only delay the time when the other spaceships were invaded, but they could not really stop Han Xiao. No matter how hard they struggled, their defenses would still be broken through one after another, and Han Xiao would inject data into them. Furthermore, it was almost impossible to take back the spaceships that Han Xiao had taken control of. On the battlefield, the expedition fleet had no choice but to split off a portion of the fleet to control the chaos caused by the spaceships that had lost control. The situation became very chaotic. With both sides being attacked, the Modo civilization's fleet gradually could not take it anymore. A portion of the spaceships that had lost control broke through the formation and ran out. They were seized by the attackers, while the other spaceships that had lost control continued to charge forward, launching suicidal attacks. Not only did they attack the corvettes that had surrounded them, but they also attacked the logistics spaceships that had not lost control. In order to stop the damage, Roddick had no choice but to get his men to destroy some of the logistics spaceships. Seeing the logistics spaceships carrying a large number of critical resources turn into fireworks in space, his face twisted. Now that the flickering world was filled with people, although this route was remote, there were still people passing by it. The energy fluctuations from the battlefield spread out and quickly attracted the attention of many passing fleets. Most of the people were afraid of getting involved when they saw such a large-scale interstellar war. They didn't dare to stay and quickly took a detour to leave. However, some organizations approached carefully and watched from afar. When they saw the symbol of the Modo civilization's fleet, they could not help but discuss in the wide area communication channel. The Modo civilization's fleet was attacked. Who did this? They actually dared to provoke the supercluster civilization and seemed to have the upper hand. We've only just entered the flickering world, yet they can mobilize so many troops. We can basically confirm that the attackers are from the dynasty's side. The attackers hid the symbol of their organization. We don't know who they are. TSK, they hid their identity to not leave any evidence. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. These passers-by were just watching, and no one would interfere. No one wanted to get into trouble. The battle was intense. Roddick ordered his fleet to move as they fought, and the battlefield moved closer and closer to the next Stargate station. The Stargate station was guarded by the dynasty's fleet. Although Roddick knew that the attackers were definitely related to the dynasty could not openly attack the Modo civilization. Otherwise, the negative impact would be too great. Not only would it violate the dynasty's promise to open the flickering world freely, but it would also leave a political weakness. Under the influence of the superstar cluster civilizations, he was very clear about the nature of the three universal civilizations. In his eyes, the three universal civilizations were not only hooligans but also bitches who had to establish a good reputation, wanting to justify their ruling position. Now that there were so many onlookers, Roddick knew that the dynasty's fleet at the Stargate station would have to come and help. Therefore, as long as he got close to the Stargate station, he would be able to force the attackers away. The fierce battle lasted for a while before the attackers finally stopped attacking and retreated from the battlefield. They entered hyperdrive mode one after another, turning into streams of light and disappearing from the radar. The enemy ran away. Seeing this, Lagos' tense body finally relaxed. He hesitated and said, "Should we chase after them? We can't. This isn't our territory." Roddick's expression was ugly. Although he was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He clenched his teeth and said, "Clean up the battlefield and count the losses." The losses were calculated very quickly. The adjutant walked to the side and reported carefully, not daring to look at Roddick's face. Report, we lost 8% of our armed frigates. 29% of our armed frigates suffered varying degrees of damage and are undergoing nano repair. The logistics team lost 37% of our spaceships, 15% of which were captured by the enemy, mainly transport ships. Roddick's vision turned black. More than a third of the logistics team was gone. They had lost a lot of resources. This ambush had caused them too great a loss. A huge loss. This is outrageous. The faces of the Modo 3 kings were as dark as the bottom of a pot. They did not hang up the communication the entire time and witnessed how the expedition fleet suffered heavy losses. The three of them had high hopes for the expedition fleet and Roddick, but they had suffered such a huge loss right after entering the flickering world. The three kings' disappointment and anger toward Roddick were beyond words. "I'm sorry, this is my fault." Riddick quickly turned around and gritted his teeth as he took the pot. As the commander, there was no way Roddick could get rid of this blame. He had fallen into the trap, and he could not blame the enemy for setting up a trap here. No matter how good the reason was, a huge loss was a huge loss. It was a fact that he did not protect the logistics team well. If he still tried to explain, it would easily leave the three kings with the impression that he was shirking responsibility. Therefore, no matter how frustrated he was, he could only swallow it. "We let you lead the expedition fleet because we trusted your ability, but your current performance makes us wonder if this is the right decision." The three kings scolded sternly. Roddick did not dare talk back to the leader at all. He stood there and took the scolding like a grandson. He could only promise that he would be more careful in the future. After a round of scolding, the three kings told him to deal with the follow-up problems quickly before hanging up the communication with a dark expression. Only then did Roddick stand up straight. His face was green, and he was so frustrated that he was about to explode. He knew that he had already left a bad impression on his superiors. If he could not make up for his mistake, his future would definitely be bleak. The atmosphere in the room was cold. Everyone looked at Roddick with fear. Originally, they needed Roddick to continue giving orders to the fleet to carry out the next step, but no one dared to take the risk. Lagos coughed, braced himself, and said, "There are only a handful of supermechas in the Empire. Although the other party used virtual intrusion, they did not show themselves. Based on the efficiency of the other party's virtual intrusion, I think it's most likely Black Star. There's no need to guess. It's him." Roddick's tone was cold and filled with anger. "Unfortunately, we have no evidence." So what if we have evidence?" Roddick interrupted him and clenched his teeth. Even though he knew that the attackers were most likely the Black Star army, it was of no use. The flickering world was their territory, and with the few people he had, finding trouble with the Black Star army would be equivalent to sending their heads to their graves. Earlier, Roddick had tried to board the ship and capture the other party's crew members as evidence, but the attacker had kept a distance and did not allow him to do so. However, in his opinion, even if he had evidence, it would not affect the Black Star Corps much. In the flickering world, the local tyrant, the Black Star Corps, could do almost anything they wanted. Although the Modo civilization was a supercluster civilization, their base was in the Primeval Star River, far away from the Shattered Star Ring and the flickering world. No matter how strong they would not be able to do anything to the Black Star Corps. Furthermore, they were not a universal civilization with a bunch of beyond Grade A allies, so they could not do anything to Black Star himself. The result was that even though he knew who the enemy was, he could not fight back. He could only watch as the enemy targeted him. Roddick was so frustrated that he was about to explode. Thinking of this, Roddick's mood worsened. He took a few deep breaths, turned around, stared at Lagos, and said angrily, "Contact Garros for me. I want to ask him personally why he did not join the battle." Now, he could only find someone to vent his anger on. However, Garros was indeed responsible. He was so close, yet he did not join the battle. Roddick did not know what was wrong with this little brother of his. Lagos had no choice but to contact Garros again. The call went through very quickly, and Garros' figure appeared on the screen. Roddick roared, "Give me a reason." Garros frowned and said with an expressionless face, "What's your attitude?" Facing Black Star, who he could not afford to offend, his attitude was filled with respect and without confidence. However, when facing Roddick, he immediately regained his beyond Grade A status. The only thing missing was the word cold written all over his face. Just one word, real. Why are you watching from the side? When the time comes, I will ask your superior to terminate the employment. Garros did not explain and hung up the call directly. When he accepted the employment, he thought that the mission was only to deal with the competition from other external organizations. He did not expect to offend Black Star. This employment became a loss for him, so he did not want to do it anymore. Even if he had to suffer a loss for breaching the contract, it was better than getting involved in the conflict between the Modo civilization and the Black Star Corps. Since he was about to terminate the employment, he naturally would not tell anyone about Black Star. Since he had chosen to stand on one side, he would follow through to the end. Furthermore, he did not want to admit that he was afraid of Black Star, so he did not want to tell anyone the reason. However, this arrogant attitude made Roddick's blood pressure, which had finally been lowered, soar again. Oh, do you think my position is not high enough and you don't even want to explain the reason to me? A bunch of asterisk souls. Roddick was shaking with anger. He repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fists with an ugly expression. Lagos had a worried expression. We've lost a lot of equipment and resources. We can only mobilize the inventory of the strongholds behind us. This will definitely slow us down and affect our strategy too much. All the organizations were competing. How much potential profit would they lose if they fell behind from the very beginning? Lagos did not even dare to think about it. His heart was bleeding. It could be said that the development plan of the Modo civilization in the flickering world was completely messed up by this wave of attack. At this time, the Dynasty Patrol Fleet, which was responsible for maintaining law and order, finally arrived. They sent a communication request, and the image of the Imperial officer appeared on the screen. We detected the energy signature of a battle. What happened here just now? Roddick took a deep breath, and with a gloomy expression, he recounted what had just happened. The Imperial officer nodded. We're aware of the situation. We'll send people to follow up immediately. We'll inform you as soon as we have any news. Then, the Dynasty Patrol Fleet turned around, spread out, and chased in the direction of the attackers. It looked like they were following their duty, but both Roddick and Lagos knew that the Dynasty's pursuit would not yield any results. At the same time, some of the attackers stopped in a certain area and entered stealth mode. They gathered the captured logistics spaceships and started to move the resources on them. The captured Modo civilization crew members were all chased into a spaceship that blocked all communication signals. All of their equipment was confiscated, and they stared at the armored warriors holding weapons around them in fear. At this time, an armored warrior walked out from the crowd and took off his helmet, revealing a baby face. It was Nero. Seeing him, the crowd was in an uproar. Some of them had seen Nero's information and immediately understood that the attackers were from the Black Star Corps. Nero looked around and tried his best to put on a dignified expression, but this only made his baby face look cuter. There are two paths in front of you now. First, death. Second, give up your freedom in exchange for life and work for us forever. The crowd fell silent. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Aren't you afraid that we'll betray you? Nero narrowed his eyes. Who's speaking? As soon as he said that, a short Modo person walked out and said in a low voice, I'm the deputy logistics manager of this trip, and I'm also the leader of the technical team. I'm a senior engineer. Nero's eyes sparkled. He seemed to have caught a senior technical officer of the enemy. You don't have to worry about that. You won't have the chance to come into contact with the outside world and will forever be shadows of the army, Nero said slowly. We won't force those who are unwilling. The hatch is right beside you. Jump into the universe yourself. Now, make your choice. It seems like we don't have any other choice. The deputy logistics manager had a helpless expression. Everyone looked at one another and did not hesitate much. Everyone chose the second path. Very quickly, Nero picked out some of the technical talents. These people were all useful and would secretly work for the army in the future. As for the other non-technical crew members, according to Han Xiao's intentions, they would be sent to the Kundi race's planet. As for whether they would become slaves or be torn apart by the Kundi race, it did not matter to him. After all, they were just there for the Kundi race to vent their anger. These people were able to participate in the expedition of the Modo civilization, so they were basically soldiers. Perhaps they did not know about the Kundi race incident, but they were definitely not innocent. It was only right for them to repay the debt of the civilization. Revenge required revenge, there was no such thing as mercy. Han Xiao, who was on his way to Black Star Palace, received the news from Philip and nodded with satisfaction. It'll be even more difficult for the Modo civilization to develop in the flickering world now. Han Xiao had ordered his fleet to attack the Modo civilization's expedition force in disguise. As long as he did not leave behind any concrete evidence, even if the other party knew that he was the one who did it, it would not affect him. He did not plan to wipe out Roddick's fleet, so he could not completely wipe out the Modo civilization's hope. Only by making them continue to invest resources in the flickering world would he be able to carry out his long-term revenge. Otherwise, if they really did not come to the flickering world, he would have to go to their territory to deal with the Modo civilization in the Primeval Star River. Now that the Modo civilization would replenish their resources, it would be a long time. Cutting meat with a blunt knife was the most torturous. Don't ask, you'll be the king of torture if you do. In his previous life, in version 4.0, the competition between external organizations would become more and more intense, and there would be more and more incidents of hiding one's identity and attacking other organizations. Today, I've fired the first shot in the flickering world, a gleam flashed across Han Xiao's eyes. Just wait. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of good juice for you in the future. Chapter 1016. Beep. Beep. Just as Han Xiaoshan was thinking about this, his communicator rang twice. It was a call from Tarakov. He picked up the call, and Brother Tarakov's face appeared on the screen with a smile on his face. Black Star, well done. I like how decisive you are. The external organizations were not sure who the organization that attacked the Modo civilization was, but the dynasty obviously knew that it was the Black Star Corps. You don't like me when I'm different. Han Xiao looked calm on the surface, but he was chuckling in his heart. Don't forget to fulfill your end of the deal and compensate me with resources. Taking revenge on the Modo civilization was also what the dynasty needed, and they were prepared to make an example out of them. Because it was not suitable for them to take action personally, the dynasty borrowed Han Xiao's strength. Of course, they would not let the Black Star Corps work for free. They had already signed an agreement in private. Black Star would be responsible for educating the Modo civilization with force, and the Red Empire would pay resources as compensation. In the eyes of the dynasty, this was hiring an ally to attack the enemy, but in Han Xiao's eyes, it was using the dynasty's money to do his own mission. He could even earn some extra benefits. Don't worry, we haven't gone back on our word yet. Tarakov smiled and asked, how do you plan to deal with the captives of the Modo civilization? Some will stay in the army as secret labor, and the rest will be thrown to the Kundi race's territory. Old Tarakov nodded. No matter what, cut off all their channels of communication with the outside world and make them disappear forever. Don't leak any information. The success rate of breaking my information blockade is close to 0. There's no need to worry about that. That's true. You're a virtual mechanic, after all. I'm overthinking things, old Tarakov said with a smile. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to give you some instructions. In any case, please increase your efforts against the Modo civilization. I'll be going first. The communication was hung up. Han Xiao curled his lips in his heart. To disturb him for such a small matter, there was probably a hint that the dynasty knew about the movements of the Black Star Corps. It was probably to tell him not to mess around with anyone else other than the Modo civilization, or maybe it was also influenced by the meeting of the gods. TSK, scheming again. Han Xiao put away the communicator and threw this matter to the back of his mind. He walked to the fridge in the room, opened the door, and took out a sweet concentrated nutrition bar. He nibbled on it like a snack while thinking about another problem. Now, all the players were rushing to the flickering world, and the shattered star ring was the closest. It would not take long for the army players to arrive at the flickering world first. Now that the version had just started, the players still needed some time to adapt before they could gradually get on the right track and compete with each other. In his previous life, players fought for their respective factions. Other than a few famous national wars, the reason for fighting under normal circumstances was either due to conflicting faction quests or to snatch the resources of other guilds. In such an environment, solo players found it increasingly difficult to survive. Hence, there was a general trend for players to group up, which led to more and more players establishing guilds. According to the statistics, in version 4.0, the number of guilds was on the rise. The more time passed, the more guilds there would be. The turning point for the explosive growth of the number of guilds was a famous event. A few large guilds in America, led by the Devil World Club, jointly established a formal organization recognized by the outside world. Through bidding, they obtained a super opportunity that other players fought over and obtained official authorization. After that, the players began to value the role of guilds more and more. They began to group up on a large scale, and the guilds formed a formal organization recognized by the outside world. Then, as an organization, they used business, diplomacy, and other means to cooperate with the organizations in the universe. As such, the role of guilds was very obvious. The resources that they could obtain were many orders of magnitude higher than ordinary players. This playstyle existed in the previous versions as well, but it was only in version 4.0 that it became popular and ushered in a turning point in the players' lives. The reason was the increase in the strength of the players in version 4.0, which caused a qualitative change in their influence on the universe environment. Only then did they have the capital to establish their own organizations and be valued. Now, because the faction advantage that I gave the army players is too big, the players from the other starfields will very likely work together to suppress the army players' advantage. When everyone adapts to the new version, the army will definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, there are too many opponents. Han Xiao pondered. Since the army players had the advantage now, he did not mind giving them a push and letting them lead to the end. Originally, all the players would need some time to adapt before they gradually entered the stage of forming guilds and organizations on a large scale. Han Xiao planned to let the army players enter the era of full guilds in advance. This required some incentive system adjustments. Han Xiao thought for a while, summoned Philip, and proposed a new system that was only targeted at the players, the immortals. Through making contributions, farming contribution points, to advance to a high-level profession and satisfy the super grade of grade B or above, they would be qualified to form a new type of battle team. The number of members must not be less than 2, and there was no limit to the number of members. The team could be named. After the formation was completed, they could report to the army. Every month, according to the completion of missions and the total contribution points of the team members, they would be awarded special team merit points. Team merit points could be used to exchange for large-scale resource supplies or other things, such as equipment, knowledge, and skills. There was also an important use, which was that they could be used to exchange for various levels of agency qualifications in the Army's various businesses. They could also be used to bid for some special projects or exchange for the mining rights of some resource planets. There were many uses that leaned towards this. Not only that, as long as they accumulated enough merit points, they could choose to become an affiliate organization under the Black Star Corps and have a certain degree of independence. After that, the merit points could be used to request for the Army's support, or to exchange for the Army's authorization, using the Army's name to do some strategic operations that were not illegal, or to provide a strategic plan application for joint operations between the two sides. It was equivalent to having a part of the right to speak and cooperating with the Black Star Corps as a semi-independent organization. This should be about right. Han Xiao looked at the outline of the new system several times and nodded. The purpose of this system was to legalize the player guilds. Originally, guilds only existed among the players and were not recognized by the Galactic Society. For example, the Temple of God Guild. NPCs did not know of the existence of the Temple of God Guild, let alone who was a member. However, this system was to allow the player guilds to be directly recognized by the army system and become an official organization with records. This way, The player guilds would become a real organization in the universe. The purpose of the team merit points was to stimulate the interest of the army players in establishing guilds. Without needing to adapt to the version, many people would try to play this way, especially the official guilds of the powerful clubs. They would definitely submit applications. In his previous life, in version 4.0, there would always be players who would leave the NPC faction and establish their own organizations. With this new system, at least the inclination of the army players to do so would be greatly reduced. The price was to give the player guilds a certain degree of independence, and there would be a certain amount of unrest in the army. However, at this time, giving the players more freedom was the only way. With the increase in strength, the treatment would naturally increase as well. Han Xiao did not think that he was a black-hearted boss. Even if he wanted to squeeze them dry, he would give them enough money. Version 4.0 was the turning point of the players' careers. From this point onwards, the players would become restless and spread the flames of chaos everywhere. He could not control the players as much as he did in the previous versions. He had long planned to change this and give the player guilds a chance to develop. He would take out more resources to support the player guilds. Only in this way could the players, who were more and more unwilling to be restrained, continue to work for him. At the same time, this system would also attract foreign players to poach the leeks of old Wang next door. Killing two birds with one stone, he could have both. Master, are you sure you want to release this new system? Philip sat on Han Xiao's collarbone like a little elf, his big eyes blinking as he looked up at the side of Han Xiao's face. Release the announcement first. Han Xiao planned to officially release this system after all the army players arrived in the flickering world. Before that, he would first let the players prepare in advance and call their friends. Okay, Han Xiao paused, suddenly thought of something, and said, some time ago, I studied the logic structure of Rizda and had some new ideas. I'll update them for you in a few days to increase your computing power. Hearing this, Philip's eyes sparkled, and he flew to Han Xiao's face. He hugged Han Xiao's nose, placed his chin on the bridge of his nose, and looked into Han Xiao's eyes. Philip loves Master the most. Don't act cute with me. Han Xiao raised his brows and flicked Philip away from his nose. The news of the Modo civilization being attacked spread like wildfire in the flickering world. Many organizations were discussing this matter in private. This news also reached the ears of the other supercluster civilizations. Many supercluster civilizations immediately held meetings. Modo being attacked was most likely done by the dynasty. The two of them are fighting so quickly. Will this be the dynasty's first step against our supercluster civilization? Doesn't look like it. It seems to be a personal grudge between the dynasty and Modo. After we pass the first and second regions, we'll help Modo when we have the chance. We can't let the dynasty beat them too badly. Because they knew that the three universal civilizations would not let them develop in the flickering world, most of the supercluster civilizations had already formed a secret supercluster alliance in private to resist the evil intentions of the three universal civilizations. Modo being attacked, according to the agreement, the other supercluster civilizations had all decided to lend a helping hand at the right time. Although this matter did not seem to have anything to do with them, the Supercluster Alliance did not want to give the dynasty a chance to take them down one by one. Although the Modo civilization was their competitor, resisting the pressure of the three universal civilizations was the most important task for the Supercluster Alliance. Everyone knew that they could not be divided internally, so they did not mind helping their competitor. Only then would they have a chance to break the three universal civilizations' blockade of the new field. With the army and the dynasty covering for them, no witnesses discovered any traces of the attacking force. After a while, the Black Star fleet that attacked the Modo civilization finally gathered and returned to the Garu star cluster through a secret passage. They sent the selected captives to the Kundi race planet in the Odoran star system. With the help of the Black Star Corps, a large number of cities were built on every colonial planet, so they did not lack living resources. The Kundi race had been resting for more than 10 years. Although they had not walked out of the trauma of the war, many of them chose to enjoy peace and live a good life. In the past few years, All communication between the colonial planets and the outside world had been blocked. The residents of each planet could only log into the network of their planet's server, so they knew nothing about what was happening outside. They were like isolated islands in the universe. The army and the dynasty controlled all the media channels and did not allow private media to exist. The Kundi race could only accept the dynasty's cultural transformation in literature, music, movies, and so on, using various entertainment channels to subtly change their thinking. Living such a quiet and numb life, they had no chance to resist, and anger was useless. Many people only had helplessness and resignation in their hearts. However, today, the official channel that was broadcasting cultural transformation programs every day suddenly released a piece of news that made countless Kundi race members excited. His Excellency Blackstar has fulfilled his promise and taken revenge for the Kundi race. He has captured a group of captives and is about to send them to the colonial planet of the Kundi race. This news immediately caused an uproar. Although this generation of the Kundi race was powerless to resist, they had not forgotten their hatred. Compared to the dynasty, they hated the mastermind who used the Kundi race even more. When the time came, countless Kundi race members arrived at the designated landing port early and looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of these captives. Spaceships broke through the atmosphere one after another, and more of them landed at the port. The hatch opened one after another, and batches of Blackstar Corps soldiers walked out with unarmed captives. The captives that were sent over had all been filtered, and those who were too strong were eliminated. The captives were all wearing the same prison uniform, and all their belongings had been confiscated. They were of no threat at all. There was a sea of Kundi race members around them, and the captives could not help but feel nervous when they saw so many ferocious creatures surrounding them. What planet is this? Why did they send us here? What are these creatures? Are they beasts? They're wearing clothes. They're intelligent creatures. Why are they all staring at us? It's a little scary. Using the Kundi race was a secret of the upper echelons, and these ordinary soldiers naturally did not know about it. Many of them did not even recognize this species and could not help but feel confused. They did not understand why these intelligent creatures were staring at them. Right at this moment, a rock suddenly flew out from the crowd and smashed into the head of a Modo captive. Pa! This captive groaned and hurriedly covered his head. Before his companions could react, countless items flew out from the crowd and smashed into all the captives. Cries of agony could be heard as the captives were smashed one after another. The Blackstar Corps soldiers at the side looked on coldly and only acted after the captives were smashed for a while. They activated their shields to block all the flying objects, and the ground was quickly filled with items. Although no one died, the captives were still in shock. Why are they smashing us? Why did the Blackstar Corps send us here? The captives looked around anxiously and finally understood why the eyes of the Kundi race were filled with hatred and anger. Right at this moment, an army soldier at the side snorted and said coldly, "They're the Kundi race, a native civilization of the flickering world." During the second exploration phase, the Modo civilization secretly made use of the Kundi race to instigate a conflict between them and the dynasty, resulting in the destruction of the Kundi race. All of you are their enemies. Stay here and atone for your sins. After hearing this, all the captives fell silent. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of shock. Sending us to the territory of our enemies, is this to vent their anger on them? You said that you would give us a way out, but you want us to suffer a fate worse than death. It's over. Every captive had a gloomy expression on their face, and they did not dare raise their heads. They were pushed forward and sent to the prison on the land vehicle. The land vehicle slowly left the dock, and from the start to the end, the surrounding Kundi race members stared at these captives. The crowd did not disperse for a long time. After a while, someone said softly, "Back then, Blackstar said that he would seek justice for us, and it was actually true. I didn't expect Blackstar to always keep his promise. I misunderstood him. It turns out that he's such a noble person." Many of the Kundi race members sighed. Over the past decade, the Blackstar Corps had managed the planet and provided them with countless living resources. Coupled with the promotion of the entertainment industry, the Kundi race was already very familiar with the army. In terms of feelings, the Kundi race did not have much hatred for the Black Star Corps, but not many of them believed that Han Xiao's promise was just a perfunctory one. After all, the current Kundi race was just a bunch of prisoners who could not resist. Why would Black Star waste his energy to seek justice for them? After more than 10 years, they had probably forgotten about this matter. Just when they had lost all hope in him, Han Xiao used his actions to prove that he was not joking. In the eyes of the Kundi race, Black Star immediately became the only hope for their race to seek justice. While the Kundi race was pleasantly surprised, they all felt gratitude toward Han Xiao. There was even more anticipation in their hearts. The impression that Han Xiao gave them gradually changed from an irrelevant figure to a benefactor. Black Star, you're a good person. Chapter 1017. The Stargate built by the Black Star Corps was the first choice of countless foreign organizations. It had become the most popular and convenient route in the flickering world, with countless spaceships passing through it every second. The reason for this was that the Black Star Corps territory was very large, including 2 border star systems in different directions. They had built stargates that connected directly, so there was no need for them to go through other territories, saving a lot of time. Secondly, Han Xiao's familiarity with the star map was showing its effect. In the territory he chose, there were a lot of transportation hubs and strategic locations. It was the most prosperous area in his previous life, and now, it was rapidly regaining its glory. The financial groups that invested in the Black Star Army also began to receive returns. Han Xiao promised to hand over a portion of the businesses in the territory to these investors. Now, there were countless financial groups that stayed in the army's territory to do things, so the business in the army's territory quickly became richer. More than half of the foreign organizations chose to pass through the Black Star Corps territory. Of course, Han Xiao would not provide a free service. A large number of spaceships entered the Garu star cluster every day, and he collected a lot of toll fees. The Stargate spat out a dense stream of light, forming a blurry silver rainbow that did not dissipate for a long time. At this time, spaceships with the Black Star logo flew out from the Stargate and followed the crowded fleet. This is the entrance to the Black Star Corps territory. Every battleship carried a large number of army players, and they were all squeezed in front of the porthole with curious expressions. Planet Black Gate came into view. Compared to the cold and cheerless image that the players had in mind, Planet Black Gate was now bustling with life. Countless spaceships were taking off and landing, and the flow of people was dense. The surface of the planet was endless, and countless lights were like a curtain of jewels covering the planet. And beside it, there was a silver rainbow hanging diagonally in the universe, extending all the way to the end of the line of sight. This was the trail of hyperdrive flames left behind by countless spaceships passing through. The spaceships flew past like meteors again and again, and because they were so frequent, they did not dissipate. It was like a line that could not be erased was left on a black canvas by a silver-colored pen. It ran through the entire Stargate route as if it had become a guide. Planet Black Gate, the gateway to the Black Star Corps territory, the landmark of the Garu star cluster. Maple Moon softly read the information displayed on the communicator. It's so lively. It's completely different from the previous version. Mad Blade could not help but sigh. Only when he personally arrived at the army's territory did he feel that the changes in the army were like a dream. Mad Blade was one of the earliest players to follow Black Star. He had experienced every step of the Black Star's rise, and he found it hard to believe that his faction had really developed to this point and had such a vast territory. Just looking at the size of their territory, it was equivalent to 10 star system civilizations and could even be compared to some star cluster civilizations. How terrifying! In his eyes, Black Star's thigh had become thicker again. Just as his imagination was running wild, Maple Moon softly asked, "The flickering world is a world server, and we arrived earlier than the players from the other starfields. This period of time is very important. Do you have any plans? Don't worry. The guild will first register as a subsidiary organization in the army, and we will follow the guild's orders. We should be able to go to the 4th exploration phase to seize the opportunity, Mad Blade said. I didn't expect the army to release such a revolutionary system. This will almost make the guilds independent from the army, and the faction affiliation will become more flexible. The gameplay will be completely reformed. This is of course a good thing for us, but from Blackstar's perspective, I don't know what he's thinking. Why is he willing to give up his power? Maple Moon could not help but mutter. Even after so many days, she was still shocked. It means that my previous guess was right. As the overall grade of the players increases, our influence on the universe will become greater. It seems like this version will be the turning point. Mad Blade had an expression that said, "I'm very smart. Quickly praise me." Originally, many players were confused about how to take the lead in the current flickering world. However, the new system that Han Xiao released not long ago immediately pointed out a clear path for all the army players. Team merit points were practically tailor-made for the development of guilds. Almost every Chinese guild with a name decided to register as an official organization in the army. Similarly, this also set off a trend of building guilds. During this period of time, countless army players called their friends to form guilds. Han Xiao's approach was extremely effective. The fleet continued forward, flying for a period of time, and arrived at Blackstar Palace. This was also the first time that the players saw this new main base built during the version update. Its grand scale made many players gasp in amazement. The first batch of players to arrived at the outermost ring of the base and gathered in a hall. Philip had summoned them here for inspection. Not long after, 2 figures walked in. All the players present turned to look at them in unison, and their spirits were lifted. The 2 of them were Army Commander Han Xiao and the Army's second beyond Grade A, Hela. Wow, long time no see. Hela is getting more and more beautiful. This face. This figure. This aura. Please let me die here. Save it, it's all nonsense, laughing emoji. Ah, I miss the feeling of being beaten to death by Hela. Maybe this is love. No, this is perverted. Women. Boring. Only a strong man like Blackstar can make you feel so good that you can't breathe. A large group of players rushed up to get close to them. The words "I want to gain favorability" were clearly written on their faces. Hela was surrounded by countless people and was even more popular than Han Xiao. Han Xiao cursed in his heart for being sexist. Before the impatient Hela started her massacre, he took the initiative to push the people around away, clapped his hands, and said with a deep voice, "Silence, I have something important to say." Hearing this, the players gradually quieted down. Pairs of curious eyes stared at Han Xiao. Han Xiao cleared his throat and slowly said, "Now that the flickering world is open to the outside world, the exploration of the new starfield has entered a new stage. The peace of the past no longer exists. In the future, there will be countless disputes surrounding the resources of the new starfield. Our Black Star Corps also needs to adapt to this change. I believe everyone already knows that the army has recently issued a new system. This is the first step of change. Everyone here is my hometown and comrade in arms, growing together with the army. The immortals are very important to the army. You've all contributed greatly. I've decided to give you more independence. I hope you can use your talents and make a name for yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, many of the players looked at each other in shock. They were greatly surprised. This seemed to be the first time Blackstar had talked about the immortals to them. Before this, although they worked for the Blackstar Corps, they did not feel that they were very important. The outside world called them immortals, but the army commander did not seem to have talked about this in public. He had always treated them like normal members. In version 1.0, the Germinal organization had already studied the players. Until now, there were still similar situations. All the players had always known that their immortality mechanism might arouse the curiosity of the NPCs. However, in the eyes of most people, this was just a method to increase the sense of realism. They did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that they suddenly heard Blackstar say this, the players present had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if something that they had ignored all this time had appeared in their minds again. They were really very unique. In their eyes, Han Xiao's image became even more vivid. Other than this inexplicable feeling, the players present were also very happy. To be able to hear the faction leader, Black Star, personally admit that they were very important to the army, many of them were very excited. They could not help but have a subtle sense of accomplishment and belonging in their hearts. Han Xiao looked around, taking in everyone's expressions. He suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Although Hela and I are now beyond grade as, we're all from the mother planet. In this cold universe, we're all on the same side, so there's no need to be too formal with me. I have high hopes for all of you. Remember, the Black Star Corps will always be behind you." Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Mother planet. That's right, how could I forget this? Black Star has this layer of bond with us. Seeing Han Xiao's attitude, everyone felt that Han Xiao had become even more amiable. In the crowd, Maple Moon was deep in thought. She quietly poked Mad Blade's waist and whispered, "Why do I feel that Black Star seems to have changed a little?" "Change? Haha, you're wrong. He hasn't changed at all." Mad Blade, however, had an excited expression. "This is the Han Xiao I remember, not that cold big shot Black Star." His voice was too loud, and many of the pro players around could not help but look over. "He's right. How long has it been since Black Star had close contact with us?" Second Prince muttered. As Black Star's status became higher and higher, it was difficult for others to come into contact with him. "I didn't expect him to still be as down-to-earth as he was in version 1.0, Sleepy Winter chuckled. "It seems like he really treats us as his confidants." Many people discussed softly, but Pork Bun turned a deaf ear to them and focused on recording this scene. His face was filled with joy. Han Xiao glanced at him discreetly and nodded to himself. In the previous versions, as his status rose, the opportunities for the players to come into contact with him gradually decreased. After 2 versions, his image was already a little cold. However, in version 4.0, the role of the players would become more and more important. Han Xiao decided to become more down-to-earth and close the distance between him and the players, deepening the emotional bond between him and the players. This was an important factor that influenced the players apart from benefits. After all, he was a player in his previous life, so how could he not know about the G-spot of the players? Seeing the joy on the players' faces, Han Xiao coughed and spoke again, finally revealing his true intentions. "The competition in the flickering world has become very intense. I'm going to mobilize a fleet and head to the 4th exploration phase to compete with the external organizations. You can participate if you want. As long as a member of each registered affiliate organization participates, they will be able to obtain more team merit points based on the number of participants. They will also be allowed to build strongholds on planets in the Army's territory and be protected by the Army. At the same time, all goods in the Quartermaster Department will be temporarily sold at 30%. As soon as he said that, a faction mission popped up on the interface, and the eyes of the players lit up. Not only would there be a large faction main storyline mission, but they would also be given a 30% discount on the faction store and could even build a proper guild stronghold in the Army's territory. Black Star was indeed still that Black Star. This was the walking benefit. Seeing that the players could not wait, Han Xiao announced the end of the meeting. The players dispersed and immediately ran to the Quartermaster Department to shop. The money they had accumulated in the previous version was still in their hands, and the wallets of the players were full. The 30% discount was a promotional method to stimulate the players to spend more. Although the players' current mentality was to level up, they would definitely be swayed by such a huge benefit. This was to harvest the experience of the players. Han Xiao had not been idle in the past 20 years and had accumulated a wave of mission completion cards. He was currently level 307, and he had increased a little during the update. He would be able to advance once he reached level 320. The few star clusters in the 4th exploration phase were where the competition was the most intense. They were also the main stage for the players to fight in the world server. This was also to urge the players to gain an advantage in the fourth exploration phase to help the army players maintain their lead and prevent them from being bullied by the foreign players. In addition, letting the guilds that had registered as proper organizations build their guild strongholds in the army's territory was also a form of benefit binding. Their homes were all in his territory, so the cost of leaving the faction would be even higher. It's all a trick. I'm really a little naughty. Han Xiao shook his head and chuckled. Leaving the hall with Hela, the two of them strolled around the army and chatted. At this moment, Hela suddenly spoke. Black Star, I'm also preparing to go to the fourth exploration phase to participate in the army's exploration at the front line. Are you itching for a fight? Han Xiao glanced at her. I'm not you. I can't remotely control my doppelganger at home. I want to spar with more beyond grade and this is a good opportunity. Hela nodded. After becoming a beyond grade A, she did not slack off at all. She knew that there was still a huge gap between her and Han Xiao, so she still wanted to improve herself. It was not suitable to spar in the Shattered Star Ring. Now that she was in the flickering world, it was a good opportunity to train herself. All right, then you'll be the fleet commander. Let me remind you, dozens of beyond grade as will be fighting in the fourth phase. For a long time to come, that place will probably be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. If you encounter someone you can't handle, inform me. My doppelganger will follow the fleet at all times, Han Xiao said. So many beyond grade as were not there for sightseeing but to fight for the benefits of the new star field. Without Han Xiao's restrictions in the flickering world, these people would definitely fight fiercely. Not only Hela, but Han Xiao was also preparing to have his doppelganger stay there permanently. After separating from Hela, Han Xiao walked to his room. Along the way, he opened the player forums and browsed through the movements of the players in the various starfields, admiring the elegance and easygoing nature of the idiotic netizens. After browsing for a while to relax, a new post was pinned at the top. Han Xiao took a look, and his eyes sparkled. It was the first issue of Galaxy Times since the release of the new version, GDX. After waiting for more than half a month, you're finally willing to update. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,